have been discussing developments in the region, and that's in a phone call. Pakistan, of course, playing a key role in the mediation here. How difficult is it to mediate in these circumstances right now and to get clear answers from both sides?
It's very, very difficult. And I think this phone call between the Prime Minister of Pakistan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is an example of how important it is. Pakistanis want to make sure that there was not going to be an escalation from the GCC countries, because so far the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, including, of course, Saudi Arabia, have not retaliated, and they have been bombed for 5.5 weeks now. And if Iran, as they said they would, will take it out on, their response will be on the Gulf countries, those that have a relationship and host American bases, then the question really is what next? So that's one example of the diplomacy. Also, the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman, Majid Al-Ansari, gave a press conference earlier today urging diplomacy, listing the number of foreign officials that have visited Qatar, not only Qatar, also Saudi Arabia and the other states in the region, in order to try to reach an agreement. There is also currently, as we're having this conversation, a debate in the Security Council on the control and opening of the Strait of Hormuz. It's the Bahraini resolution that is backed up by all the Gulf states and not only by the Gulf states. And that is currently being debated, and they may reach an agreement before the deadline. There are obviously a lot of discussions on the sidelines of these official sessions in the Security Council too. So I think there is an awful lot of diplomacy. I'm sure that the Omanis are having discussions on the Straits. For Donald Trump, the most important thing is to reach an agreement on the Straits of Hormuz. That is what is important to him. And I think if an agreement can be reached on that by the deadline in 8 hours' time, he may then find an off-ramp, find a way to climb down from the tree and move forward. These negotiations are very, very, very complex. And the Iranians negotiate in a very different style to the US. And this US president negotiates in a very different style to any previous US presidents. And it remains to be seen what kind of agreement, if at all, they will reach in 8 hours' time. But we heard J.D. Vance, you aired his clip stating that goals have been achieved. And the reiteration time and time again that the main goals of the war have already been achieved, obviously a signal that they would like an exit strategy, but they need Iran's help with the exit strategy, and Iran is not so excited about helping the US while the US is bombing. It's such intensity. Today, they bombed, and the Israeli Air Force bombed Karg Island. They bombed railways and a lot of civilian infrastructure. They said they would do so, but that doesn't make it any easier, does it? I mean, the fact that there is a warning that this is going to happen and today is going to be the heaviest day of bombardment doesn't make it any easier for the Iranians. So, yes, it's a signal to Iran, this is what we're doing before the deadline. You wait and see what we can do after the deadline. But again, we still have 8 hours, and those are very crucial hours.
So we have 8 hours left. It's really interesting because when I heard J.D. Vance speaking, I did feel that his rhetoric was actually a lot different to President Donald Trump's. It was more positive. He was saying negotiations are happening. I'm positive we can reach a deal. But I want to talk a little bit about this UN Security Council meeting that's happening, because Russia and China have vetoed a UN resolution on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. This news out just before I spoke to you. Nomi, does this come as a surprise? But also, what kind of blow is this going to have to the global economy? Because we've already spoken about the price of oil jumping.
So, it's not a surprise, unfortunately. Russia and China are the big winners of this war so far. And B, the consequences for the world economy and for the price of oil and gas is that it's going to rise. And that's what President Trump is trying to avoid. And as you stated correctly, it's already risen today. So he's not going to want it to rise even further tomorrow. So that's a pressure point on him. So again, very, very, very delicate, very intensive negotiations going on behind the scenes. As you said, the Saudi Crown Prince involved in negotiations directly with the Pakistanis and other countries, Turkey and Egypt. And the hope is that we also know that the Foreign Minister and Prime Minister of Qatar spoke to the Foreign Minister of Iran yesterday in a first conversation and reiterated, I think they had a discussion about how do we manage this, because it's very clear that the Gulf states, all the Gulf states, they're not moving anywhere, and Iran is not going anywhere. And eventually they're going to have to live together and manage the region together and manage the resources, manage the oil, manage the Straits of Hormuz, manage the gas. They even have a joint gas field, Qatar and Iran. So I think ultimately everyone knows that Iran's not going anywhere, and the Gulf states are not going anywhere, and a failed state, an Iran failed state, a massive state with over 90 million people with so many natural resources, is not in anyone's interest. It's not in the US interest either.
And let's talk a little bit about Iran, actually, Nomi, because we are seeing Donald Trump's threats on Truth Social today. An Iranian official also came out and called on the youth and people across Iran to form these human chains around critical infrastructure across the country in order to try and stop these US attacks on their power plants, on water desalination units, and what's being threatened. I mean, what do you think about that? Because this is putting human lives in harm's way.
Well, I think that if the US or Israel bomb these human chains, that is without a shadow of doubt a war crime. And I don't think they will do it because they know that this is what's going to happen. And I think I actually beg to differ with your previous contributor who said that he thinks this is just Iranian propaganda. It may be how he views matters, but these are people, they're human beings, and their life is on the line. And the US and Israel are very well aware that they are protecting civilian infrastructure. And, if the US or Israel were in the same position as Iran, they would do the same. Mm-hmm. So it is the use of human shields, but it's the use of human shields in order to prevent an attack. And that is, I think, why they're doing it.
Nomi, just one final thought. Do you think that we'll see a deal in 8 hours' time?
I think you'll see something. I think there'll be some movement. There's not going to be a comprehensive deal because there is an abyss between the position of Iran and the US. Iran is only open to a comprehensive deal, and they've set the bar high. The Americans have also set the bar high, and they want to stagger it in the way that they did the Gaza ceasefire agreement. They'd like a ceasefire agreement to resolve the issue of the Straits of Hormuz, and then they'd like to negotiate the rest over 45 days. That will not be acceptable to Iran. So it remains to be seen what the off-ramp is going to be. But I do think that there will be some movement in the coming 8 hours.
Nomi Bar Yaakov, always good to have your show. Good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis. Not your show, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Your show.
My show,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Your show, my pleasure.
The war in the Middle East is now hitting dinner tables in the Philippines. In one of the country's biggest vegetable-growing regions, soaring diesel prices and fuel shortages are pushing farmers deeper into crisis. Many say the cost of getting crops to market is now eating away what little profit they actually have left. Patrick Falk has this report.
High in the mountains of Benguet in northern Philippines, the harvest begins early. But farmers here say the real struggle starts after the crops are picked. Diesel runs the water pumps. It also gets vegetables down mountain roads to market. Now prices have surged.
The increase in diesel prices has a really big impact on us, both during planting and harvesting. The rise in diesel prices has a huge effect because there's nothing left for us in the end.
The pressure is growing because some stations have already run out of diesel. That means farmers must rely on co-workers to bring fuel in from other towns. It adds delays, transport costs and fresh uncertainty. Even with pulley systems, jeepneys and trucks moving cabbage off the slopes, profits are disappearing fast. Many say they are already harvesting at a loss. And the fear now is shifting beyond this crop cycle. Farmers are increasingly worried about what happens to their families if prices stay high and incomes keep shrinking.
Now that life is getting harder and harder and prices of basic goods keep rising, we worry about what will happen to our children.
For these farming communities in the northern Philippines, the crisis in the Gulf now feels painfully close to home. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The superstar rapper Kanye West has been blocked from travelling to the UK following the controversy surrounding his planned appearance at the Wireless Music Festival in London later this year. The announcement that he will perform as the headline act sparked criticism from Jewish groups and politicians who highlighted his anti-Semitic remarks. Following the decision, the Wireless Music Festival has now also been cancelled. More than 1,700 people have joined legal action against the travel company TUI after falling ill while on holiday in Cape Verde. Lawyers who are leading the personal injury claim say they have been contacted by tourists who became ill with stomach bugs. They believe that at least 8 British holidaymakers have died after visiting there over recent years. TUI says it's investigating the claims. 9 police officers have been sentenced to death in India over the deaths of a father and son. They both died in 2020 whilst in jail after being detained for allegedly keeping their mobile phone shop open during a COVID-19 lockdown. The judge described the case as a clear abuse of authority. The crew on board NASA's Artemis 2 mission are on their way back home after completing a historic lunar flyby. The 4 astronauts lost contact with Earth for 40 minutes as they travelled behind the moon. NASA says the crew will reset before jumping back into their final tasks before their return to Earth. Ahead of Trump's looming deadline tonight, Pakistani sources say efforts to facilitate talks between the US and Iran are still ongoing. One of the sources, who is a senior security official, said Iranian strikes on Saudi Arabia threatened to derail the talks. Iranian media is also reporting that diplomatic and indirect channels have not been closed. For more on this, I'm joined by security analyst Sanjeen Khan. Sanjeen, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. As the clock ticks down, Trump's threat that a whole civilization will die tonight unless Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz. Are we on the brink of a deal, or are we on the brink of escalation?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. Yes, what it appears to be that we are moving towards tilting towards more the escalation rather than the immediate diplomacy, because there have been much more efforts in the capital in Islamabad. The Field Marshal Chief of the Army Staff, Asim Munir, he has been in contact with the Jerry Vance and the Iranian Foreign Minister to de-escalate the situation. But what we see, given the recent ultimatum by Donald Trump to strike and hit the civil infrastructure, the critical infrastructure. But it seems like when such kind of situation appears, over there, the credibility, prestige, and strategic signaling is more important. So it seems like that we are moving towards, unfortunately, the escalation rather than the immediate diplomacy, though the channel for diplomacy still appears open. However, recently, just 2 hours ago, there have been heavy strikes on the critical infrastructure, the railway tracks, power grids on Iran, inside Iran. So that situation is very towards the very cascading vulnerability rather than the immediate ceasefire.
And Qatar's foreign ministry spokesman has warned that the war on Iran and its fallout is close to becoming uncontrollable. How concerned are neighbouring countries after Iran threatened to plunge the entire region into darkness?
Well, obviously, these regional countries, including Gulf countries, they are more vulnerable. Part of the reason is that they are the neighboring immediate countries, and when Iran talked about that, they would be struck back if any attack on the Iranian facility. So part of the reason is that these all Gulf countries, because they depend on the first of all, for example, the desalination plants. Obviously, say for example, Saudi Arabia, which depends 70% of its water depends on desalination plants. Similarly, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. So any misadventure from the Iranian side that could put the whole region into a humanitarian crisis. Moreover, besides the desalination plant, you have got the destruction of the Strait of Hormuz, where the 1/5 of the oil and gas goes free. So at this moment, raising the cost of war by Iran puts the Gulf countries in a very cascading situation. The situation is very vulnerable since the Gulf countries host the American bases. So the Iranian strikes on these Gulf countries put a very cascading vulnerability for the Gulf countries.
Sanjeen Khan, thank you so much for joining me. The US Vice President J.D. Vance has travelled to Budapest to back Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of a crucial election on Sunday. During his two-day visit, Vance is also attending one of Orban's campaign rallies. Orban and his Fidesz party are facing their most challenging election since they returned to power. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, we have seen J.D. Vance. He's been in Budapest today, obviously speaking and addressing a lot of people. He had President Donald Trump on speakerphone too. Just explain first why this visit matters and how unusual is it for a US Vice President to appear with a European leader just days before an election. This election's due on Sunday.
Yes, Leigh Ann, it's not your usual routine diplomatic stop, is it? The Vice President of the United States standing shoulder to shoulder with Viktor Orban just a few days before those crucial elections that will take place in the country. And a lot of praise for Viktor Orban. You know, he made it very clear that he is there to help. As you mentioned, he made that surprise phone call to President Trump. On the first phone call, he got voicemail, but the second time President Trump answered at that rally and said, look, I love Viktor. The United States is with you all the way. A little bit ironic, Leigh Ann, and it's certainly raising some eyebrows because in the same breath that you have that rounding endorsement of Viktor Orban, who's known as the European strongman leader, has faced many criticisms from the EU for things like democratic rights, media freedoms, rule of law. You've also had J.D. Vance criticizing, lashing out at the European Union and Brussels, saying that he's never seen such an example of foreign interference in an election. Look, he called on the people of Hungary. He said to elect a leader who he claims has done the most possible for Hungary.
And what I find quite fascinating, Sarah, is what we're seeing in these polls ahead of this election in Hungary is actually Viktor Orban looks like he could possibly lose this election. And that's something that obviously the US President Donald Trump and J.D. Vance do not want to happen. And as you said, Vance is accusing Brussels of interfering in Hungary's election while backing Orban. And the big question here is, how is this message likely to land across Europe? Because Hungary has been accused of degrading the European Union.
Yeah, I think there'll be real concern among European Union states, Leigh Ann, because it is sending a message. You know, Hungary has often been accused, as we have spoken about, of undermining some of those EU values, of being a spoiler for certain actions that the member states have tried to take. And this is sending a message to the rest of the EU with that stinging criticism of Brussels. I want to just read you something that J.D. Vance had said when he was talking about Viktor Orban and his role in this. He said that he had never seen such an example of one of the worst examples, he said, of foreign election interference he had ever seen. Now, it just shows you how politically, how ideologically invested J.D. Vance, President Trump, this administration are in Viktor Orban, his administration, and what he stands for. And he's often described Viktor Orban as the Trump before Trump. And some of the things that he's accused of having done in his 16 years in power, manipulating institutions, taking over forms of the media to enable him to stay in power, that's something that critics here in the United States have accused the president of doing. But look, J.D. Vance today, he spoke of these shared Christian values at times in that speech with Viktor Orban. It was clear how strong the relationship between the two of them is. And yeah, just days before a crucial election, the fact that you've got the United States vice president and the president of the United States, albeit on speakerphone, saying the United States is with you all the way. That sends a very clear signal to European leaders, to Brussels, about just where this administration stands.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're saying, having President Donald Trump on speakerphone, pretty incredible. But let's touch a little bit on Ukraine, because both men, J.D. Vance and Viktor Orban, cast Hungary as a champion of peace. How important is the war in Ukraine and Hungary's stance on it in Orban's election strategy currently?
I mean, really crucial. Viktor Orban has vilified Ukraine as a central aspect of his electoral campaign, heavily criticising Ukraine, banners up across Hungary, criticising Ukraine's President Zelensky. J.D. Vance had nothing but praise for Viktor Orban. He said at one point that he is one of the leaders who has done, quote, the most to end the war. Now, I think Ukrainians are going to be looking at that with a serious amount of skepticism and concern, because let's do a reality check here. Viktor Orban has, before the war in Ukraine started, made sure he was extremely close, positioned his country very close to Moscow. You've had him spend years cultivating this relationship, not just with Moscow, but with Vladimir Putin. He has repeatedly, despite the EU's criticisms, despite the International Criminal Court issuing a warrant for potential war crimes to Vladimir Putin, Viktor Orban has repeatedly met with Vladimir Putin. And not only that, he's had with things like Russian energy, using Russian energy. He's been very strong on that. And again, you know, if you look at what's actually happening here, Ukraine at the moment remains under bombardment. So you've had in just the last few days reports of a number of people being killed across Ukraine, including children. You had Ukraine's President Zelensky calling it an Easter escalation, reports of mothers, children being killed. So I think for many Ukrainians watching Vice President J.D. Vance standing shoulder to shoulder with Viktor Orban in this way and praising him, when in fact Viktor Orban is accused of being the man who has blocked and tried to slow and upset, disrupt the support that EU member states have tried to give to Ukraine.
Sarah Firth, I guess on Sunday we'll actually see if he wins the election and if J.D. Vance made any difference going to Hungary to try and rally the troops. Sarah Firth, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you. A reminder of our top stories. President Trump warns a whole civilization will die tonight if Iran fails to make a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. As the US carries out new strikes on military targets on Karg Island, Pakistani sources say efforts to facilitate talks between America and Iran are ongoing. And J.D. Vance visits Hungary to back its Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of crucial elections going ahead this weekend. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stuyven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In our base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for recovery in production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the Strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potential in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait, talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, if that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Actual production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, the very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war. Over the longer term, what are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandab Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey. And the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially. And it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandeb.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia, but these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they're capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC's spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the East-West pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. And the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecasts, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the US government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gori Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gori, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. a Senegalese citizen, inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of two types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the Hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there. And he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grand. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish, and we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't, but we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school, we pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabbas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza War in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capabilities. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest with our panel here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. For weeks, President Trump has been talking up how desperately Iran wants to make a deal.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. We'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. They want to make a deal. I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation.
But the president's sweary weekend social media post makes those comments a little harder to believe. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. There will be nothing like it, he said. Trump's expletive-heavy and grammatically questionable Truth Social post could be interpreted as an act of desperation. Iran says the US is publicly promoting war crimes. Trump's latest angry outburst also suggests that perhaps the administration has abandoned its plan to rally a naval coalition to secure the Strait of Hormuz. America's Western allies didn't eagerly heed the call to arms, and its Gulf partners continue to bear the brunt of a war they actively tried to avoid. Coming up, we'll debate, will Trump's latest threat force a deal or simply prolong regional instability? Would US strikes on Iran's civilian infrastructure be a war crime? And are we witnessing a real-time recalibration of global alliances? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Sayed Hussein Mousavian, a former Iranian diplomat who served as a senior nuclear negotiator. David Satterfield is joining us, a former US diplomat who has served as a special envoy for Gaza and also an ambassador to Lebanon and Turkey. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Professor Badr Al-Saif, Professor of History at Kuwait University and an Associate Fellow at Chatham House. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here. Well, by now, the world is no stranger to President Trump's provocative use of social media. But even by his standards, The president's weekend post, laden with swear words and threatening to blow up Iranian bridges and power plants, surprised many, especially when the administration has been talking up the prospects of a ceasefire deal. And let's not forget, it does come hot on the heels of his threat to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age. President Trump's supporters say it's all part of his peace through strength strategy. His critics say it goes too far. Mr. Satterfield, let's start with you. The president's latest threats focus on civilian infrastructure. Will the US follow through on that threat, do you think? And if it did, would it be a war crime?
There's no way to tell, given the frequency and contradictory character of the president's social media comments, whether the deadline for tomorrow night, Tuesday evening, is real or not, or in fact, if a deadline is passed, what actions he will take. I will say this. Targeting is not a strategy. You require a strategy first in which targeting specific kinetic actions along with diplomatic actions enable the achievement of your goals. There is no doubt, I think it's clear to the world, the president is deeply frustrated and angry at the inability to move beyond the diminution of the missile program and the nuclear enrichment program into reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But all of this should have been contemplated before the campaign was begun. The issue here is not whether a particular U.S. or Israeli action is a, quote, war crime, close quote, or not, but rather, where does this take the region? Where does all of this take the world? Iran retains the ability to inflict pain horizontally on the Gulf, as well as on Israel, and through them on the global community. How does this come to a close? That's the strategic question.
Okay. Mr. Mousavian, what do you make of that? Is it, regardless of whether it's a war crime or not, is it only important depending on where it takes this conflict? How do you assess it?
I agree with Ambassador. I think the most important issue is for President Trump to invest more on diplomacy rather than war, threatening and very contradictory positions.
Do you think that's what he's doing, though? Do you think he's investing more time in the threats than he is in negotiations? Or is that just what he wants the public to think?
No, look to what really has happened. I mean, we are engaged practically in a cycle of negotiation, ceasefire, war. In 2025, we had negotiations. Oman foreign minister publicly said there was significant progress. We were very close to a deal, within reaching a deal, but the U.S.-Israel, they decided to attack Iran. And then President Trump asked for a ceasefire. Iran accepted ceasefire. Again, engaged in negotiation. Again, there was significant progress. Again, the deal was within reach. And again, the U.S. attacked. Therefore, if there is going to be a successful diplomacy, we need to end the cycle of negotiation, war, and ceasefire. We need a real end to this situation, ending the war. And I believe this is possible.
Okay. Professor Al-Saif, what do you make of those two positions?
President Trump chose of all days to share inflammatory messages on Easter, which speaks to the kind of regard he has to those events and to the raising the praise to Allah reference, which quite frankly doesn't, make any sense or contribute to the discussion. It only confuses and contradicts even further. And I think the problem has been about the terms of reference that we're using by all parties to the conflict. What victory entails when it comes to the Iranians versus the Israelis versus the Americans, what a negotiation entails for all these different parties. And the definitions abound, Melinda, and that's been the problem. And I think we do not need to agree on what a definition is, but we need to understand where each party stands and how they view the other side's definition so that we can move forward. Now, in light of all the chaos and the controversy that we're getting and the moving deadline, really, I mean, the deadline was today, and today we're filming on Monday, and now it has shifted to Tuesday, and we've yet to see how that acts out. But I think we're also seeing a parallel track when it comes to diplomacy. We've seen an exchange of letters through the Pakistani mediator. We've seen demands being thrown out by all sides. So even if this is very young, very nascent, I think this is something that we need to build on. And it speaks to addressing the core issues. Again, as Ambassador Satterfield said, there is no clear strategy. If it was all about nuclear weapons, we can assess that this has been sorted with the past 5 weeks, and even prior to that with the negotiations in place. And now we're hostage to a different set of issues, like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which we would have hoped that those that planned the war in the US would have laid out all these different options in place when drafting a strategy. I think where they went foul is believing in the Israeli objective, which wants to sow chaos and discord in the region with no clear end game. And that's what we need to focus on, a clear end game that every party to the conflict agrees to. And not only parties to the conflict, Melinda, and I'll end on this note, we live in a shared neighborhood. The Gulf states need to come in. Other regional powers like Turkey and Pakistan need to come in. We need to come to terms with one another, and we need to have a clear resolution to the conflict once and for all.
Ambassador, what do you make of that point the Professor has just raised there, that Iran wants to sow discord in the region with no real end game?
I believe attributing that to Israel, yes. Look, there is a distinct difference between what we can assess are the U.S. goals here and what the Israelis may wish to see at the end. The U.S., the president, don't wish to see what we would describe as fitna wa falda in Iran, dissolution of the state, fragmentation, and chaos. That would be a breeding ground not just for violence, but projection of threat out of Iran of a different character than the missiles and the nuclear program have done. That's not good for the region. It's not good for the global community. I think Israel, the government, would be perfectly satisfied with a fragmented Iran to diminish the threat of a coherent Iranian state to Israel. There's a difference here. But the real question is, again, what happens with respect to a negotiating process or a kinetic military process with regard to the Strait of Hormuz? And the reality on the ground has been Iran's continued ability to project risk and pain to its neighbors. Kuwait has just suffered from this in the last 24 hours with additional strikes. So have other states in the Gulf. How does this come to a close and allow the Strait as an international, not a national Iranian, waterway to be restored to its previous passage regime? That's getting more and more difficult by the day.
What do you make about that, Mr. Mousavian? Because I wonder if we have America and Israel with perhaps not conflicting, but with differing goals or ideas of what the end game is, does that make it that much harder to get a resolution here, whether it's opening the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's getting a ceasefire or a long-term solution?
As you heard from many American politicians, senators, Congress members, they are all saying this war is not and was not American war, it was Israeli war. I mean, many people, they say worldwide. Second, I believe Israeli strategy is very clearly transparent, said by Prime Minister Netanyahu. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly, officially said his strategy is Greater Israel. I mean, and then we have American ambassador in Jerusalem saying that, yes, Israel has right to occupy or get the other Middle Eastern countries. I mean, therefore, we understand what is going on the Israeli side or the hawkish American side. About American strategy, of course, we had different strategy during President Obama, during President Biden. Now we have a very, very different strategy during President Trump. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the crisis, Trump said nuclear. But the nuclear deal was really within reach. There was no problem to have a nuclear deal. Today, there is no problem to have a nuclear deal. But just some days after the war, you heard the director of energy in White House. He came to Fox News and he said the goal of attack was controlling Iranian oil reserves. Then we had a statement made by Secretary of Energy of the United States. He said that the U.S. is looking for Hark Island, the hub of Iranian oil export, to be asset of United States. This is exactly what he said, asset of United States. And then we had Senator Graham saying, yes, the aim is regime change. And then after regime change, we will have Hark Island, we would have Iranian oil, we would have tons of money. Mm-hmm. That's why we really don't know exactly. I am convinced with what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. They are following greater Israeli strategy. And now President Trump's officials, administrations, they have said oil, controlling Iranian oil, Hark Island, regime change. If this is the case, I'm afraid we are going to have endless war. But if the U.S. is to find a sustainable, mutually acceptable, mutually face-saving for Iran and the Gulf countries, for Iran and the U.S., I believe we should think about a deal on nuclear, a deal between Iran and GCC, all 8 countries around Persian Gulf, or permanent peace, security, stability in the Persian Gulf, and a comprehensive deal between Iran and the U.S. to end 47 years of hostilities. And I believe there is a solution for all 3.
If I could add,
please.
There are many comments, and you've quoted some of them, that have been made over the course of the last 5 weeks. Some of them can be taken seriously as a genuine indicator of strategy. On the U.S. part, I can't speak for Israeli interlocutors. Others of those should be seen as what they are, pure rhetoric, just as death to Israel, death to the United States, as the continuing chant from the Iranian government. We can reflect on those comments as well. The fact is, though, that can a continued military campaign, should its shift to civilian infrastructure, generate anything other than a further escalation against Iran's neighbors, the countries in the Gulf, as well as further targeting of Israel? That is what has happened in the past. There are very few examples with a regime such as Iran's, which is a security regime, cheerfully able to massacre its own people to stay in power. It would undoubtedly murder its citizens again if it felt it necessary. Why is it believed that attacking civil infrastructure would bring about an existential policy change on the Iranian government, which has the grip on the strait, as well as the risk it can impose on its neighbors, firmly in its hands?
Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Mousavian? Or Professor, do you want to jump in on that? I mean, are we looking here at an escalation, or is this rhetoric?
Let's take it at face value.
Okay, go ahead, Professor. You go ahead.
Sorry, Ambassador. Let's take this at face value. Even if this were to become an escalation, I agree with the assessment that we just heard. Hitting civilian infrastructure will not change the calculus of the regime in Iran, and it will only cause reactions and damage in this part of the Gulf where I'm sitting. I'm sitting in Kuwait City today. We've sustained in the last 24 hours 62 distinct attacks from Iran and its militias in Iraq as well. And that does not bode well for neighborly relations. And I would add to the list of Ambassador Mousavian concerning the issues that should be on the table. I mean, to begin with, the Strait of Hormuz shouldn't have been an issue. And if seeing it from the Iranian side, they're latching on into any tool that can bring and exert pressure on the neighborhood and the global economies, and that's what they're doing. But that sets a very bad precedent, not only in the Strait of Hormuz, and we've seen that precedent, unfortunately, next door in Bab al-Mandab with the Houthis in Yemen, but that could also open, different possibilities across different waterways. Freedom of navigation should be respected, period. And no one should be held hostage when it comes to their economic lifelines, whether it is within the Gulf region or those other countries that are reliant on the resources that are coming out from the Gulf. So that shouldn't be an issue. And that should be laid on the table. And the Gulf states have been working very diligently at the UN level to come out with a security resolution that deals with that issue to avoid it becoming a precedent within the Hormuz Strait. Now, if you look at other issues concerning the nuclear, I agree with the ambassador, that needs to be clearly settled. And we need to have safeguards on civil nuclear power plants. And that's what they had in Iran in the Bushehr nuclear reactor, where there were Russian scientists. It was under the supervision of the IAEA. And I mention it today because those scientists have evacuated. There has been bombings very close to that site. And Bushehr, just to give you a small example of how interconnected we are, whether we like it or not, Bushehr is closer to Kuwait City than it is to Tehran. So any radiation leaks will impact communities beyond Iran. And that's why we need to have that bird's eye view when looking at these developments. And speaking of nuclear, we should not ignore the nuclear state status that Israel has. That has to come into the conversation as well, because we've been aiming for a free area of weapons of mass destruction, a WMD free area. So that conversation should include not only Iran, but also Israel and any other country that wants to go into that track. Also, we've been sustaining, unfortunately, over 5 weeks of attacks from Iran because of their conflated view of us being satellite states to the Americans using our air bases. We can go into that conversation. It's been exhausted for weeks, but I don't want to go there. But what I want to say is we look at attacks in a very expansive manner. When there is continuous interference in our internal affairs, when we uncover sleeper cells, when we see militias operating in our spaces to undermine our sovereignty, that doesn't bode well. And that's the lesson that Iran hopefully picks up in the day after, because we are now looking at closing this war, but we need to also permanently come to an agreement amongst us, the 8 countries in the Gulf and beyond, on how we want to work with one another. And trying to meddle into each other's affairs is not a good recipe for that.
Ambassador Mousavian, do you want to respond? And then I'll move us on to our next section.
We need to have a distinction. I would say 80% of Iranians, they are not satisfied with the governing system in Iran. Economic situation, poverty, corruption, too many issues. But when Iran is attacked, Iranians, they would be united to defend their countries. Therefore, we need to understand this is 2 different issues. This is number 1. Number 2, Iran was attacked. War was not Iranian choice. The US and Israelis, they decided this was a US choice. 3, on nuclear, once we had a nuclear deal, was the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation, fully intact. Iran was in full compliance. And there was no issue about the nature of Iranian nuclear program. IAEA was in full supervision, full control, and suddenly President Trump withdrew and killed the deal. We need to understand where is the source of the problem.
And where do you think that is?
No, first of all, it was the US deciding to kill the deal and to impose the maximum sanctions pressures when Iran was in full compliance with the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation, which practically initiated by President Obama. The second, Iran was in diplomacy track, gave whatever Witkoff wanted, because in 2025, Witkoff, Trump, they came and publicly, they said the criteria is transparency. Mm-hmm. And Iran gave everything they wanted on transparency issue. The moment they agreed on all the transparency issues, the U.S. attacked. Mm-hmm. And the third time, they wanted more. Iran accepted zero stockpile. Zero stockpile, you know, this was something Iran never accepted. Iran accepted 5 years of suspension of enrichment. Iran even accepted to give every access to the IAEA for full supervision. Therefore, the U.S. again left the negotiation table and attacked. Mm-hmm. And now, after the war, as of now, we have 30,000 Iranians either killed or injured by U.S. and Israel. 30,000 Iranians.
Indeed.
We have over 100,000 residential homes destroyed. We have about 200 historical monuments damaged or destroyed. I mean, schools, hospitals,
right.
Only one incident, 170 girls, 6-7 years, they were killed. Therefore, the killing of innocent civilians started by Israel and the U.S.
It does put it puts it in a difficult negotiating position. I'm just going to interrupt you there. I apologise. I'm going to move us on because we are restricted on time, and we do have a couple of topics that we still need to get through. So I'm just going to move us on to looking at how this negotiation could play out, because despite many countries across the broader region actively working as mediators, there's been almost zero progress that we can see for a diplomatic end to the conflict. Iran has rejected a US ceasefire proposal and instead sent back 10 clauses of its own. They include a permanent end to the war, not a ceasefire, an end to regional conflicts, the lifting of sanctions and a commitment to reconstruction. US negotiators are demanding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and an end to Iran's nuclear and ballistic programs. In his latest press conference, President Trump has just acknowledged that it was a significant proposal from Iran, but he said it wasn't good enough. Ambassador Satterfield, are we seeing both sides being too maximalist here? I mean, they say that conflict is never really won or lost or resolved on the battlefield. It's at the negotiating table. Who needs to compromise here?
Well, I think you're seeing two different phenomena, each reinforcing the other. The president is frustrated, angry that assumptions made at the initiation of this campaign, and by the way, the decision to launch this war was not Israel's. It was made by the President of the United States. Israeli views certainly contributed to this, but so did his own impulses and desire to follow up on what he undoubtedly viewed as the quick successes of last June's campaign, the 3-hour strike campaign, which ended the conflict for the moment, and then the Maduro extraction from Venezuela. This is a very different situation indeed and could have been predicted. The president is frustrated. The Iranian position is that they're winning. They're in a position of strength, whatever the civilian casualties may be, whatever the infrastructure losses may be, or whatever the loss of revenue now and in the future. Should there be further action undertaken with respect to Iranian hydrocarbon facilities, they will endure it. And in an asymmetrical war, survival means winning. The other side must win absolutely, or it loses. Are the Iranian demands maximalist? Yes, they are. Absolutely they are. They're unacceptable, not just from a U.S. standpoint, but from an international law standpoint. The Strait of Hormuz does not belong to either Iran or Oman. It is an international passage. But the Iranians feel emboldened that they are surviving this at a cost, but surviving. And the president is frustrated because the regime will not bend to this will. But further escalation, specifically against infrastructure, is on a historical basis most unlikely to produce the resolutions sought here.
Professor El-Saif, what do you think? I mean, President Trump said when this whole conflict started, 4 to 6 weeks, that's all we need. It's going to be precise. It's going to be overwhelming. Well, we're into week 6 now. Do you think we are at an inflection point? Is this escalation or an end? And which way do you think the coin is flipping?
Look, it's easy to start a war, but it's hard to end it because of the specific nature of this war being the asymmetric warfare that was referred to earlier. And you need to keep in mind various factors. The two sides are maximalists, but that's what you do in negotiations. And I think the two sides know that they're doing that, and each is presenting his own options, but that's what the mediators are there for. And that's where we need to come up with something that's more creative to find an off-ramp for both sides. The notion of the regime disappearing out of Iran is certainly not going to happen at this stage. And as Ambassador Mousavian mentioned, there is disgruntling within Iran, over 80%, according to him. And you'll see things happening post-war. And that's where we need to focus on getting something through. The Strait of Hormuz, again, is an international waterway. It should not even be part of the discussion. And it shouldn't be allowed to be used as a toll box for people to punch in their money and to come through. We're not going to go back to the 18th, 17th century piracy that you see in international waters. We've gone way beyond this. And I think the American side has something to offer concerning the frozen assets, probably. They may not get reparations in that technical sense. And speaking of which, I mean, even the Gulf states would require reparations for all the damage that we've been caused across our facilities in the past 5 weeks as well. And the same goes with the other countries that were impacted. So I think there are ways and tools that you can trim and shape expectations as we move along. But to go into further bombings is going into uncharted territory, and it's not going to serve anyone in this conflict.
Ambassador Mousavian, what do you think? Is this a case of both sides making maximalist demands, but Iran being maximalist, all they need to do is survive? The US needs to win.
Iranian reaction about Hormuz happened after the Second War. Hormuz was open, no problem, for 47 years after revolution. And since Iranians, they really felt this is existential war for them, then they have decided to go to expanding the conflict. However, if there is going to be a sustainable deal, first of all, the most important issue between Iran and the US is neither nuclear or human rights or democracy and so. It's about the regional issues. Iran and the US, they should agree on one major principle, that both they respect the other side regional interest to end regional conflicts as a principle. Second is about Iran and GCC. We have 47 years of difficult situations. And the best solution is to have a new security and cooperation structure in the Persian Gulf, where 8 countries, they would cooperate, maintaining the security, stability of the Persian Gulf, nuclear weapon-free zone in the Persian Gulf, arms control arrangement, either nuclear or WMD free zone in the Persian Gulf, conventional arms arrangement in the Persian Gulf, security of maritime, and even Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz, legally, internationally, is in the water territory of Iran and Oman. I mean, although this is international waterway, but legally, internationally, it is in water territory of Iran and Oman. In 1974, Iran and Oman signed agreement that any arrangement should be agreed between Iran and Oman. This is during Shah. This is 1974. That's why Iran and Oman has started. Nevertheless, I personally believe that this should be seen, any arrangement within the regional cooperation system, which I am talking in the Persian Gulf, because this is part of Persian Gulf.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause you there for a moment. Ambassador Satterfield, what do you make of that?
Let me go back to the fundamental point. The ambassador said there needs to be an agreement on Iran's position, its policies in the region. Well, we could not agree more strongly on that point. It is Iran's continued support for the most radical groups engaged in terrorizing on behalf of Iranian hegemonistic, to use their phrase, arrogance in the region, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, that are a critical part of all we are discussing today. Iran needs to decide. Does it wish to be a movement or a nation? Right now, the regime bases its own legitimacy upon the support for the most radical groups interfering with the sovereignty of their neighbors. Hezbollah in Lebanon could not be clearer in the events over the past 2 weeks, acts as an arm of Iran, not as a Lebanese political entity. This has to come to an end. Is that easy to do? No, it's not. But let's be very clear here. The Iranian record in the region is a horrific one over the course of the last years since the 79 revolution. It is why the region fears Iran's hegemonistic bent. It is why the current escalation is as damaging as it is. Iran was a potential threat to the region, to the Gulf before. Now it is a realized, actual threat. And again, we come back to the Strait. It has shown that despite all that has been done militarily to Iran, it retains the ability to keep the Strait closed. This situation has to come to an end.
There could be some in the region, though, Ambassador Satterfield, who could argue that same point about the US and Israel.
I think, to be realistic, the number of people in the region right now who see Iran and its proxies as the primary threat exceed those by far that see that threat coming from Israel. That part of the world, or the world's policy, has made a radical change over the course of the past decade.
Ambassador, every poll shows 80% of Muslims in the region, in Muslim countries, they see the United States and Israel as the first threat. Every polls by Arab countries, not Iranians. First.
Explain that to people in Lebanon or Kuwait.
I need you to take you back a little bit to history. When in 1980 Iran was invaded by Saddam, that time there was no access of resistance. Iran didn't have any missile. Iran didn't have any nuclear program. No nuclear, no missile, no access of resistance. Saddam invaded. US supported invasion of Iran. Arab countries, they supported invasion of Iran. Europe supported. Soviet Union supported. US, Europe provided material technology for Saddam to use weapons of mass destruction, killing 100,000 Iranians. It was in a time which there was no nuclear, no missile, no access of resistance, Ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
No,
this was the foundation. This was, Ambassador, the foundation of broad hostilities in the region.
Okay.
Otherwise,
all right, Ambassador Satterfield, your response, and then Professor, I'm going to come to you.
There were some other small events that took place during that time. There was, for example, the seizure of the American embassy and the keeping as hostages of Americans for the 400-plus days that endured. There was the constant rhetoric of hate and vile coming out of the Iranian revolutionary regime directed at the U.S. and Israel, and quite frankly, the threats projected to the Gulf. I do not defend for one moment the Iraqi invasion of Iran. That was a horrific, horrific combat, and innocents died on both sides. For a dictatorship in Iraq against a dictatorship, that's what it is and remains, in Iran. But let's not forget Iran's hostility, the xenophobia that was projected from the moment of the revolution's triumph, really has not abated. Now, that doesn't mean you can't negotiate. It doesn't mean you can't come to agreements. You can. But you have to be very much aware of the backdrop on all sides here.
Professor, you wanted to jump in there before. What's your take?
Yeah, look, it wouldn't be a useful exercise to rank who's more threatening to the region, Iran or Israel, because both have exhibited disturbing tendencies to the countries in the region. And it depends on at what era and decade that you can, reference who comes before the other. And concerning Iran's hegemonic tendencies, those go prior to the revolution as well. I mean, we've seen the occupation of the islands from the UAE. We've seen the claims on Bahrain as well upon Bahrain's independence. And this was even before the Islamic Revolution. So there is a pattern there that needs to look inwards and try to modify itself if the regional exercise, which I also believe in, by the way, the regional way of operating with one another, but we need to come to terms with one another on the basis of how we see each other. And that's not there. I mean, we abide by the rules-based international order from the Gulf states. And that's how we try to perform matters forward. Now, if you want to build something that involves all the countries, you need to also respect the sovereignty of these states. And that will come with different defense partnerships. And we've seen the same thing from the Iranian side. They also have their own defense partnerships. So to try to clothe a regional formula, which is needed, but with the tools of intervening in other countries' decisions and choices, is not going to bode well. And that's been the source of action. And obviously, the non-ending interference. We've uncovered 3 Hezbollah sleeper cells in the last 2 weeks in Kuwait alone. And there is a whole history that I can trace to different countries with that behavior. We haven't reciprocated in that way when it comes to meddling into Iranian affairs, because that's not our interests. We're building healthy, viable nations that need to survive in a global sense. That's what we aspire to. That's our compass. We don't need to dwell in the past, and we don't need to be pretty focused on interfering in other countries' affairs to score points in that sense. And also to the point of meddling that was mentioned. The regime in Iran has been built on anti-Americanism. So to them, also trying to have a deal with the Americans could be ironic, because something like the JCPOA, which was hailed as a success by Ambassador Mousavian, we've had issues with it in the Gulf. I mean, again, as you said in your own notion, we're sharing the region, the neighborhood. No one has consulted the Gulf states in it. Yet we bear the consequences. And that's why any future negotiation or deal has to include all the relevant parties to ensure that there is a continuation of that deal without any disruptions moving forward.
Okay, your response there, Ambassador Mousavian.
I agree with Ambassador and Professor, the fact that both parties, they have their own grievances. And in order to have a real peace, we have to respect and understand the other side grievances. I never agreed with seizing the American embassy. I never supported death to America. I never agreed about the slogan like export of revolution. In my book, Iran and the US, I have detailed every grievances on the Western side against Iran and every Iranian grievances against the West. In my book about Iran and the Persian Gulf, whatever professor and ambassador said, you would see in my book much, much, much more about the grievances from GCC. because that's why it was very difficult to publish it in Iran. However, if you're going to have a deal, this Persian Gulf should be controlled by a regional cooperation system. I mean, all countries around the Persian Gulf should join to have a task force, military, security, to maintain the security of the Persian Gulf collectively.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm just going to put that to Professor Al-Saif, just because I know I've got an eye on the clock here. What do you make of that as a suggestion, given that a lot of GCC countries will have felt that their détente with Iran hasn't really served them well when they've been at the front line of a conflict that they actively tried to avoid?
Look, the devil is in the details, and any attempt to rework the security architecture around the Arabian Gulf needs to be studied carefully. The GCC offered in 2024 a vision for regional security, and we haven't seen any reaction from Iran on that. And prior to that, they offered the Hormuz Initiative, which was Iran-centric as well. We need to come to terms with one another, and certainly what has happened in the last 5 weeks has shattered a lot of hope in building the relationship with Iran, and we need to work even harder to reassemble some of that, because it's no secret that the Gulf states have worked very hard to avoid this war, yet they were rewarded with daily attacks on their civilian infrastructures in the past 5 weeks, because it's probably easier targets for Iran, or it's premeditated, and that's an issue. They need to focus on who their main culprit is, and it's Iran, it's Israel and the US. It's not the Gulf states. And
no,
I like the thinking for the ambassador.
President Trump during past 5 days has said 5 times that 5 countries in the Persian Gulf, they have been partner and cooperating with Israel and the US in war against Iran. And never any of those 5 countries in GCC have denied what President Trump said. He publicly said Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman have been partner of Israel and US attacking Iran. And never has been denied.
Ambassador, you're using the words of a US president that we started this whole episode by mocking his tweets and inflammatory statements. It's not a voice to be trusted. You know that better than me. And we are engaged in defense.
Why you did not deny?
Well, and officially, through official channels, though, none of those countries have, continue to say that they are in a defensive posture, not an offensive posture. So we just need to...
We're defending ourselves, and the US and other countries from different parts of the world are helping us defend ourselves, and that's where they have been coming in handy. And had it not been for those defense partnerships, those decades-long partnerships, we wouldn't be able to withstand this aggression that's coming from Iran. So there is something to that, but I advise you to listen
Iran
carefully.
Invaded, and the US used all bases in your countries attacking Iran, Professor. Why you do not accept the reality? The US attacked Iran from all bases in 5 countries.
Look, there has been a lot of media reporting on this issue, and I went through it. All the photos that have been used, or images or references, don't have any very specific recourse to it. We are more sane to not allow this to happen, because we know we would be engulfed. And that's why you have an armada out there in the Arab Sea trying to do that on their own. It doesn't help us to be part of the belligerent camp, because we also see the day after this war. And and Iran is not going to go anywhere. We need to deal with it. So it's not a position that the Gulf states are supporting for sure.
Geography is destiny, and it is going to have to be something, as you all say, that in the future is going to need to be worked out. But What that future looks like seems uncertain. We're out of time, so unfortunately, gentlemen, we will have to leave it there. Sayed Hussein Mousavian, former Iranian diplomat and one-time senior nuclear negotiator, and Professor Badr al-Saif, Professor of History at Kuwait University. Thank you for being on Counterpoints. And we our former guest had to leave. He had another commitment, but we also thank former Ambassador David Satterfield, US Ambassador to Lebanon and Turkey, for his contributions. To all of you, thanks for your input here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War. What followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence, maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Sydney. Sydney, Australia's largest city, is often dubbed as one of the most beautiful in the world. The place offers an attractive mix of modern architecture, historical landmarks, breathtaking views, relaxing gardens, and more. What are the top spots to see in Sydney? Perhaps Australia's most famous man-made attraction, and a worldwide icon too, is the Sydney Opera House. The structure alone is already a unique feat of architectural design and engineering. While built from innovation, creativity, and quite a bit of controversy, the Sydney Opera House remains a remarkable building that's home to over 1,500 performances a year and inviting up to 1.2 million audiences each time. One of the most well-maintained and well-preserved examples of colonial-style architecture in Australia is Sydney's Government House. Since its construction in 1846, it has been home to 27 governors and today remains one of the city's hidden gems, with interiors characteristic of its Gothic influence. Located nearby is the Royal Botanic Gardens, which offers a bevy of colors that's a sight to see in any season. It is kept alive with birds such as cockatoos and sleeping flying foxes that hang from branches, among many other natural wonders. The Australian National Maritime Museum is known for its sensational displays of the country's maritime heritage. Exhibits on display range from full-size to scale ships, an authentic submarine, and other relics of shipping history. The iconic Queen Victoria building is Sydney's ultimate shopping hub. As the building itself is an architectural marvel that boasts of fine details, craftsmanship, and style, it gives tourists an elegant and high-end shopping experience. Worth the hike is Sydney's Blue Mountains, located in New South Wales. Its blue haze horizon offers a breathtaking view and the perfect escape from the busy city. It's a great way to appreciate the scenery, wildlife, and mountain surroundings. Australia's Bondi Beach is known as the most popular in the country. It's close to the suburbs and easily accessible, which allows tourists and locals alike a spontaneous visit. Its great sand and clean waters are what make the beach a popular hotspot. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump warns a whole civilization will die tonight if Iran fails to make a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. As the US carries out new strikes on military targets on Karg Island, Pakistani sources say efforts to facilitate talks between America and Iran are ongoing. And J.D. Vance visits Hungary to back its Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of a crucial election this weekend. And this summer's Wireless Festival has been cancelled after US superstar Kanye West was blocked from coming to the UK. President Trump has warned Iran that a whole civilization will die tonight as his deadline for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz fast approaches. In a post on Truth Social, he also said, "I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." Plus added, "We will find out tonight." One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. The US has also struck multiple military targets on Iran's Karg Island. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Michael and Gemma, thank you so much for joining me. Michael, let's begin with you. This has been a really busy day. We've had a lot of news. We've heard from President Donald Trump with that threat on social media about civilization. We're only a few hours away now from the president's deadline of 8 p.m., which is Washington time, which is, of course, the early hours of the morning in Tehran at around 3 a.m. I think the big question now is, are we any closer to a deal or are we closer to escalation?
Well, I think it's interesting the way we phrase it. Most people would say, is Iran going to sign a deal? Whereas I think some would also ask, is the U.S. going to sign a deal? Because we're getting information from both sides that are conflicting, and yet there's also signs to indicate that perhaps there is some optimism. The U.S. has anonymous sources, of course, off the record, saying that discussions are taking place. Iran, of course, has also rejected talks, as we know, about a ceasefire because they want a deal that ends the war, and also they want assurances that they're not going to get attacked again. We have the Iranian ambassador in Islamabad. He's been tweeting positively, saying that we're at a critical and sensitive stage. And even though Iran has rejected the latest proposal from the U.S., officials there continue to say, oh, they're optimistic. So there's what's happening publicly, and then I think there's also what's happening privately. And even Donald Trump is optimistic, everybody seems to think, that something will happen. Now, I'm of the opinion that although it's an asymmetrical military war, I think that the Iranians do have the upper hand because they do control the Strait of Hormuz. They also know that one of Donald Trump's weaknesses, of course, will be his determination to try to protect the GCC states. And Iran has said that if they are attacked, that they in turn will attack the relevant targets in the 6 GCC countries. So the GCC countries, we can assume, will be speaking with negotiators to try to make sure that cooler heads will prevail, that in fact people will come to the table and that there will be a deal in place so that we won't get to this 8 p.m. East Coast deadline and the start of World War III will commence.
And we've actually just had a response from Iran that's come through on the news wires as I have been talking to you, Michael. Iran says it's ready for all scenarios after President Donald Trump's threats. So we are now hearing from the Iranian side saying prepared for all scenarios. And Gemma, the threat of mass deaths by President Trump earlier was followed by Israel targeting railways and bridges. What other attacks and escalation tactics have taken place today?
Yeah, so this has been one of the most escalatory days of the war so far. And today we've seen a lot of activity from all sides, taking the conflict into that sort of next dangerous step. Obviously, we'll see what transpires later on. So from the US, you've had large-scale US strikes on Iran's oil infrastructure. They've launched around 50 missiles at Karg Island, which, as we know, has become one of the main points of the war. It's a critical oil export hub for Iran, handling 90% of its exports. And other targets now have included military storage sites, radar systems and energy infrastructure. And again, as you've said, now additional strikes on bridges, airports and petrochemical facilities. Now, Israel has carried out attacks on railways and bridges and energy facilities, and they've also struck a petrochemical compound in Shiraz in southwestern Iran. They've also issued the warning, as you've mentioned, telling Iranian civilians to avoid trains. That's sort of in the next 24 to 48 hours due to imminent strikes. Now, with regards to Iranian attacks on Israel, we've seen multiple missile attacks heading towards central and southern parts of the country. So what we've seen here is escalation tactics being countered, brinkmanship, as it appears to be. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Iran has signalled that it will strike. It's prepared to strike, as you said, all scenarios. It will strike broader regional infrastructure, not just Israel. We're not seeing any de-escalation with regards to Houthis and Hezbollah activity. And now we're seeing civilian infrastructure such as railways, bridges, power infrastructure being talked about. So this marks a significant shift towards systemic, disruption.
And Michael, something else that's been coming out across social media today and that has been posted widely is Iranians forming these human chains to protect the country's power plants, to protect the country's bridges, to protect the civilian infrastructure of Iran. And I'm not sure what you make of this, because Iranian officials did call on the people to do this and to make sure that this was something that could be used as a tool to try to prevent these US strikes.
So this is a tactic that the Iranians have used in the past when there have been moments in their history, certainly in the history of the Islamic Republic, when they felt that they were going to be attacked. And they've believed that if they surround those key sites with civilians, that the attacks will not happen. Now, based on Donald Trump's rhetoric on social media and also at press conferences, we should add, he doesn't seem to be indicating that the death of civilians is going to be an issue for him. Now, I'm also, as I've said earlier, an optimist. And I can't believe that we're going to get to that point where there are going to be hundreds of thousands of civilians in Iran who are going to be killed because they are surrounding key infrastructure sites. I really believe that there will be diplomacy in the end that's going to come together so that the threats that Donald Trump is talking about and the actions that the Iranian regime is prepared to take will not come to pass.
I did speak to a negotiator on my show a little bit earlier, and she did say to me, Nomi Bar Yaakov, that she thinks right now there's frantic diplomacy happening behind the scenes and a partial deal could possibly be reached before that deadline. But it's a wait-and-see moment. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And we're going to be still talking about the situation that is happening and ahead of Donald Trump's looming deadline tonight. Pakistani sources say efforts to facilitate talks between the US and Iran are still ongoing. One of the sources, a senior security official, said Iranian strikes on Saudi Arabia did threaten to derail those talks. Michael, we have been hearing from Iran, and their comments is the fact that restraint is over and Iran warns neighboring countries. What has been the response of regional leaders on the threat from Iran?
So regional leaders, of course, have to take all of the talk from the Iranians incredibly seriously. So Kuwait has a stay-in-place order. The country foreign ministry spokesperson has come out and he's talked about how we are probably at an uncontrollable point. He goes on to say that there are no winners in the continuation of this war. And I would believe that all GCC leaders are in agreement with that. Now, the other interesting points that we have to consider is that while the U.S. might be the one that's bombing, along with Israel, Iran, it's the Gulf states that know they're going to be the ones that are on the front line. And if the U.S. escalates, it's going to be the GCC that is going to have to deal with the consequences. So while Washington would like to apply pressure on the Iranians through Donald Trump's rhetoric, it's the GCC states and the leaders in the GCC that are going to have to figure out how can, as I've said before, cooler heads prevail. And while Donald Trump is prepared to, rain hellfire upon Iran, the leaders in the GCC are going to have to try to use diplomacy, de-escalate things. Now, publicly, we know that the Gulf states will continue to be aligned with the U.S. We had the UAE ambassador to the U.S., Yusuf Al-Otaiba, last week, writing an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. And I think that that is 100% the case. But I do believe that the Gulf is trying to avoid being the battlefield they're recognizing that they are exposed to the retaliation measures from the Iranians, and that economically they're in a very vulnerable position. So the leaders in the GCC want to make sure that what they're doing is going to make sure that the situation calms down rather than escalates.
And it's quite interesting because there are warnings in force across the Middle East as Donald Trump, a deadline does loom. I will say Kuwait's Interior Ministry has asked citizens and residents to stay home from midnight to 6 a.m. on Wednesday. That's from Kuwait. They're saying it's a precautionary measure, but that stay-in-place order is now active. And earlier, the U.S. Embassy in Bahrain, they've also put a shelter in place, which is what we're seeing at the moment. So a few countries are just doing precautionary measures at the moment just to make sure that embassy staff and other people across the country are safe. But Gemma, so far, we have to look at what damage has the war caused on the region's energy infrastructure, because we have, as we've been talking about, seen these retaliatory strikes from Iran, and a lot of them have actually been intercepted, but there's still debris, there's still damage to some extent.
Yeah, there's still damage, which is completely, unavoidable given the situation. So oil infrastructure has taken the heaviest hits so far. Power systems are increasingly being targeted, as we've talked about, this kind of disruptive infrastructure warfare that Iran has adopted. Now, this is part of escalation tactics as well. So the current phase of the war has expanded into electricity, grids, and dual-use infrastructure. Now, this has seen localized outages, but so far, nothing like regional, outages on that kind of scale with regards to the power. But there is a risk with these attacks of wider grid instability. Now, in Iran, we've seen power plants and electricity grid targeted. We've seen strikes on the fuel supply, and that's been indirectly affecting the power. And obviously those heavy strikes on Karg Island. Now, in Israel, there's been no confirmed destruction of major power plants. I'm not sure if we would get that information anyway. There's obviously been missile and drone attacks nearby, but nothing insofar that has caused major disruption to the grid. Now, the main issue now is whether the attention is going to be turned to things like refineries, fuel storage, and export terminals. So the risk of grid instability appears to be rising right now. Now, what's most important, and we cannot forget this, is that the power grid is tied into water desalination, which is absolutely critical in the Gulf. So when we talk about a hit to the power, we're not just talking about potentially the lights going off and the electricity going out. We are talking about an immediate effect on the water supply, so not just electricity. Now, why are these power plants being targeted? Now, it does signal the shift towards system disruption warfare, and they are also high impact and low effort targets. It's less energy grids and systems than it is to attack a military base. And also, they disrupt daily life for citizens and put additional pressure on governments.
And it's really interesting, isn't it, Michael, because we're talking about retaliatory attacks, and obviously we've been seeing these since the beginning of the US-Israel strikes on Iran and the neighboring countries. But I just want to bring it back to one thing that we have to focus on, and these are these hours that we have now until a possible deal could be reached. So it's about negotiation, it's about diplomacy. It was interesting because we're going to speak about J.D. Vance, but he was in Hungary and he had a much more positive tone. He seemed to think that a deal could be reached. But we have to remember that Tehran has rejected this temporary ceasefire. That's according to an Iranian source. And it does remain unclear who's negotiating from the US side and who's negotiating from the Iranian side at the moment.
You're absolutely right. And we know the vice president is in Hungary for Viktor Orban's pending election. We know that Donald Trump is in Washington at the White House. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they may be a part of this, but we don't know where they are. We can assume that there are, of course, Pakistanis involved, the Turkish diplomats, as well as presumably Egypt and maybe even some of the GCC countries as well. And it is incredibly important that we also make sure that so much of what's been going on, I think we've recognized that we're at a new point, much with the Ukrainian-Russian war, with the use of drones and how that changed warfare. The use of social media in particular, the way that the Iranians have been trolling Donald Trump, and the way that Donald Trump has been making these incredible declarations on social media, we must now recognize that the world has taken another step when it comes to war. And it's not just militarily, it's not just on the battlefield. And it doesn't matter if one side is incredibly stronger than the other. Militarily, there can be damage from both sides. But also that propaganda war is so incredibly important, not just so that you're trying to own the narrative, but you're also trying to defend yourself and explain yourself, not just to your opponent, but also to your people. But what we forget about this is while all of that is happening publicly, we still don't know everything that's happening behind the scenes. And that makes this situation incredibly tense for so many people because there's a lot of uncertainty. Usually you will have daily briefings by the Pentagon or by the White House, and it wouldn't just be full of rhetoric, and it wouldn't be trying to force the other side into capitulation. It would be talk about negotiation. And that's not something that we're seeing in this particular instance.
You're so correct. It's a propaganda war that's being played out on social media that has been such an interesting aspect. And I'm sure Gemma agrees with that, to where we now find ourselves. But Gemma, what are your thoughts on that?
I have found it very interesting, as you said, Michael, this trolling aspect that we've seen. I think this is the first war that has ever been, experienced trolling on social media. We've seen Iranian embassies around the world cracking jokes at Trump's expense. We've seen the Iranian authorities creating Lego movies, which seem to be both laughing at and goading the Trump administration. And I do actually think, I'm on social media quite a lot across quite a few platforms. And what I've seen is a lot of sympathy, not for the Iranian regime, but definitely for the people. And so there are times I'm wondering, has the US lost the social media war aspect of this war?
I just want to bring you some breaking news lines before we move on, because we're actually hearing from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and he has said diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, he says. He also says he has requested that President Donald Trump extends the Iran deadline for 2 more weeks, and a request to his Iranian brothers, he said, to open the Strait of Hormuz for corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. So we're hearing there right now from the Pakistan Prime Minister. Of course, he's been involved in these negotiations. He's been mediating between the US and Iran, and he's urging Donald Trump to extend that deadline for 2 weeks and is urging Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. So, Gemma and Michael, a quick thought from you. It looks like we could, Michael, actually have a partial deal here.
So this is what we're all hoping for. And I'm not even going to get into the whole taco situation, right? This is a good thing. And if the Pakistanis are urging, in respectful language, Donald Trump to introduce a 2-week ceasefire or a halt of hostilities, and if he's also asking the Iranians for a goodwill gesture, that would be wonderful. What would also be very nice is if we are going down that road, for Donald Trump to show an act of faith as well, maybe to de-escalate, maybe to move some of the military out of the region. That would be, I think, a good indication. You can always bring them back, but that might be a good sign that he could send, if he wanted to the Iranians, that I'm now taking negotiations seriously because it seems like you are as well.
Yeah, Gemma, so interesting. It looks like we could possibly, the Pakistan Prime Minister urging both sides, all warring parties, to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of Iran war. So some positive signals.
Yeah, I do think appealing to Trump's largesse is an appeal to his ego, and that is always, since he came into power, that's been the way to go. And I do think, yes, the appeal to both sides to show good faith is definitely the right rhetoric to be using. I've been very impressed with Pakistan's stance on this and their involvement.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there. And, of course, too, that breaking news that we're getting from Pakistan's Prime Minister urging both parties for restraint for 2 weeks, the US and Iran. We're going to move on now, and we're actually going to talk about the US Vice President J.D. Vance, because he's travelled to Budapest to back Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of a crucial election on Sunday. During his 2-day visit, Vance is also expected to attend one of Orban's campaign rallies. Orban and his Fidesz party are facing the most challenging election since they did return to power. We were actually talking there a little bit about J.D. Vance and who's really negotiating when it comes to the ceasefire with Iran. And we know J.D. Vance, of course, he's been in Budapest today. What's the significance of J.D. Vance actually going to Hungary and weighing in on this election that the polls are suggesting Viktor Orban could quite possibly lose on Sunday?
So from my point of view, I think that there are a couple of issues at play. One, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and this particular administration is genuinely a fan of Viktor Orban, the man and the politician. They like the way that he governs. They like that he is not woke. They like that he is anti-immigration. There are some similarities between Viktor Orban and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. But I also think, now hear me out, I have a bit of a theory on this, that there is a bit of an existential threat if Viktor Orban were to lose this election. And there are polls that indicate that he is trailing by 10, as much as 20%. So there's a really good chance that he could lose. And I think the existential threat that exists is that if J.D. Vance is going to be the torchbearer for the MAGA movement in 2028, then he needs as many allies around the world. He also does not want the tide of public opinion to start drifting away from what it is that Donald Trump has introduced. So J.D. Vance sees this as a real opportunity to make sure that it's not going to be a defeat, because it's Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Viktor Orban pretty much against the world. And they want to make sure that their way of thinking continues. So this election is almost like a global proxy battle. And the domestic issues, though, are the ones that are at the top of most voters' minds in Hungary. And we know that the war in Iran really hasn't created that much of a divide between people. For the most part, it's more a case that most people will feel, most Hungarian voters will feel that this is about ordinary people versus the political elite. Because for too long, it feels like if you are in the know with politicians, then you will get certain favors and contracts. I won't go so far as to say that it's corruption, but certainly there are accusations that perhaps it's on a level playing field, and perhaps Viktor Orban's friends are the ones who get most of the deals, which, again, you could argue that with the tech bros and the relationship that they have with Donald Trump, that there is another similarity there.
And it's really interesting because we do see J.D. Vance in Hungary at the moment. As you said, Viktor Orban always been a very big supporter of President Donald Trump. Even in his first term, he was the first to endorse him from the European countries. But we must also remember Hungary is, of course, aligned with Russia. And this is optics that we can't forget when we talk about this story. But Gemma, J.D. Vance actually criticised the EU, which is something we've seen before, for this alleged interference in the Hungary elections. I don't know what you make of this, but it's quite interesting because we have to remember that this isn't the first time that JD Vance has hit out at Brussels.
No, it's like we're trying to see how much further the relations between Europe and the US can be stretched. And to me, this is another of those litmus tests. So Vance has been arguing very publicly as well that the financial pressures that the EU has been putting on Hungary equals political interference. Now, the EU has frozen or withheld funding to Hungary because of what they call governance reforms. Now, critics like Vance, they say that this influenced domestic politics and weakens elective governments. And for him, that constitutes indirect election interference. Now, there's also unverified and contested claims, that EU-linked institutions and NGOs have been supporting opposition voices. And Vance again has framed this as external actors trying to shape electoral outcomes. Now, as you said, there is also the ideological conflict, and we can't ignore that. So Orban is right-wing, he's anti-immigration, whilst within the EU, they tend to lean a little bit more liberal Democrat, and they're seeking stronger integration. So Orban is very much sided with the current US administration with regards to his policies. Now, he's also signalling that the US alignment is sympathetic to nationalist governments. And again, we're seeing this not overt, but implied criticism of the EU at a time when relations are really at an all-time low. Now, from their point, the EU say that their actions are an enforcement of agreed EU deals, that when Hungary joined the EU, they agreed to, an array of rules and laws, and that they member states must uphold democratic standards and maintain judicial independence. So the EU say that this withdrawal of funding or this withholding of funding is because Hungary has not been meeting their conditions in that respect.
And it's quite interesting, Michael, I'm going to put this point to you, because the challenger in Hungary to Viktor Orban has actually been on X, and he's been speaking out. We've talked about what Vance has said about interference in the Hungarian election, but the opposition party is warning that Vance's visit drew foreign interference on the election, because they're saying elections are the sole choice of the citizens. So they're probably thinking JD Vance comes to Hungary and he could sway that vote towards Viktor Orban, when initially that's not what the people have been asking for in the opposition's mind.
Isn't it interesting that the Vice President of the United States is in Hungary accusing the EU of interference, when just by his presence being up on stage with Viktor Orban, he is in a more dramatic way interfering. Now, the optics do not look good. JD Vance would try to argue a nuanced conversation needs to take place, and that there's so much that's going on behind the scenes that Hungary has to comply with the EU, and the EU is making it incredibly difficult for him to do that. I would argue that, much like with Elon Musk when he was part of the administration, and he was very much in favor of the far-right party in Germany, and he was holding an event on social media talking about, the need for the right-wing party there to be elected. JD Vance is doing the same thing here. But I would say that I think that because the domestic issues are so important to Hungarian voters, that JD Vance's presence is not as important as, and this is where I think he's missed the boat, as Viktor Orban thinks. If the Iranian war was more important to the Hungarian voter, if Hungary was a bigger player on the global stage, maybe it would matter that he had the ear of this particular administration in Washington. But because the issues are so, as they often are, local in Hungary, I don't think that JD Vance's appearance is going to make that much of a difference.
And it's so interesting because if we could have more time to talk about this, we could talk about that populist movement across Europe. We talk about AfD, we talk about Viktor Orban in Hungary. Of course, we talk about Marine Le Pen in France, Nigel Farage in the UK. Often they do well ahead of elections, but they don't actually get into power, which is something that we've seen throughout Europe. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to do a bit of a gear shift now, and the superstar rapper Kanye West has been blocked from travelling to the UK following the controversy surrounding his planned appearance at the Wireless Music Festival in London, which is happening later this year. The announcement that he'll perform as a headline act sparked criticism from Jewish groups and politicians who highlighted his anti-Semitic remarks. Following the decision, the Wireless Music Festival has now also been cancelled. Gemma, public outrage has had this effect on the outcome of Kanye West's visit to the UK. What's the latest on the story? And of course, Wireless Festival, I lived in London for a long time. It's one of the biggest festivals, and so many people pay good money to see these artists.
Yeah, this really depends if you're a Kanye West fan or not. You know, if you're a fan, you're going to think that the Wireless Festival is just, you know, is crazy for having cancelled it. But if you're not a fan, you would just look at these organisers and think, did they just, you know, shoot themselves in the foot by hiring this still controversial figure? And there are people, we all still remember his tweets. We still remember the things he said about slavery, the anti-Semitic remarks he made, remarks about Nazi Party. You know, it's still very fresh in people's minds. So there was a huge public backlash in the UK. That wasn't the only factor, though. So there was a big backlash, and that drew in UK politicians and senior government figures. Now, could be, you know, posturing on their part. You know, they want to be shown to be listening to a groundswell of opinion, perhaps across social media. But you also had, you know, Jewish organisations and community leaders speaking out. And so that led to the sponsors pulling out, which I think Michael is going to be talking about, which is obviously that's what funds the Wireless Festival. It's not your ticket sales, it's the sponsorship. So the backlash did turn into, you know, government calls to block his entry into the UK. And so that's what they did. And it led to the UK Home Office revoking his entry permission. Now, this was under the premise that his presence in the UK was not conducive to the public good. And then we saw the festival cancelled because West was going to be the headliner across the 3 days. So have we seen people power in action? Absolutely. Have we seen a little bit of political posturing as well? You know, again, these two things have come together. But personally, in my opinion, I don't think they're wrong.
What I also just want to mention, and I want to talk to Michael about this, Kanye West released an album late last month, so the end of March he released an album. That album has been called Bully, and it's entered the Billboard 200 at number 2. It dropped an 18-track album with no label, no press tour, no radio campaign, and no interviews. And literally in 24 hours racked up 33.2 million streams on the Spotify platform. All I'm going to say is we look at these figures, we look at these numbers, people are still buying his music. So there's been a lot of backlash to him going to Wireless Festival, but he still seems to have a support base behind him and has been forgiven for his actions that he has apologized for.
So I don't know if it's necessarily that he's been forgiven, but I think the public is able to differentiate between what they like to listen to or what turns them on and what an artist says. Now, if we go back through history, we can all name an awful lot of people who we would not be comfortable if we were to have them at our dinner party. But that doesn't mean that we might not like looking at their art, or we might not like watching them act or listening to their music. And it creates an incredibly important moment where if people can be more self-reflective, if they can be a little bit aware of themselves, they can dig a little bit deeper into how do I really feel about a particular person. it's interesting. Sometimes when it's convenient, people are very good at being able to separate the artist from their comments. I know in the world of professional sports, for instance, there are traditionally politicians, journalists, who will not necessarily feel comfortable with professional athletes having an opinion about politics. But now we've moved past that. And that same sort of feeling sometimes applies to actors as well, when they get up on stage and they talk about whatever their political leanings are. And I think we have to recognize that we're all a little bit hypocritical, and we all sometimes disagree with, again, what somebody says, and we might not want that person in our inner circle, but my goodness, they make good music, and that I really like.
But like you say, the big corporations, Gemma, and of course the UK has not given Kanye West a visa to go and perform at Wireless Festival, and a whole controversy really, but it does show that your actions do have an impact, and I think Kanye West did miss that memo somewhere along the line. But I was also looking at a little bit of his statistics. Kanye West, 24 Grammy Awards. I can't believe he won that many Grammy Awards, 11 studio albums, 5 consecutive #1 debuts from 2005 to 2013. Gemma, it's kind of just a fall of a star, isn't it?
I mean, his achievements are impressive. You know, as Michael said, you know, it's really about whether or not you can separate the art from the artist. And it's always galling when people who have this incredible talent then show a side to themselves that is quite shocking, because the things he said were very shocking. And I do think for a lot of people, he hasn't shown that he's done the work, you know, to rehabilitate his career, but not only to rehabilitate because of his career, but to want to rehabilitate because you want to be a better person and you don't want to be, you know, thinking or saying the kind of things that he was saying.
Yes, and I guess a lot of people would argue the arrogance of Kanye West hasn't done him any favours. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now we're going to move on to that part of the show where Gemma and Michael have come up with their quirkiest stories of the day. And we're going to start with yours, Gemma, because it's all about, from what I can see, is about painful stings. Tell us more.
This is about the most painful sting in the world. Now, if you've ever been stung by a bee or a wasp and you thought, gosh, that was painful, that was child's play. That was absolutely nothing. It was a cakewalk. So this is research which was begun by a man called Justin Schmidt. Now, he was an entomologist from Arizona, and he became very famous because he subjected himself to 96 stings from different species of animals, from insects, you know, jellyfish, this wide array. And then this man called, and you've got to love this name, Coyote Peterson, he's taken over and tried to continue with to have himself stung by all the species that Schmidt never got round to. Now, the best thing about this research is the way Schmidt described the stinging. So it wasn't just, you know, ouch, this sting from this bee hurt. He'd be quite poetic about it. So for your humble bee came in quite low at the bottom of the sting factor, and he described it as almost pleasant, as if a lover just bit your earlobe a little too hard. And then we've got the honey wasp, and he was stung by a honey wasp, and he said it was spicy and blistering like a cotton swab dipped in habanero sauce that's been pushed up your nose. So this is the kind of descriptions that I'm here for when it comes to a sting. Now, he never got round to being stung by this jellyfish, which is called the Urukanji jellyfish. Now, it is been called another dimension of pain. So what the symptoms start here, after 20 minutes, you get a sensation that has been described as like a jackhammer to the kidneys that lasts up to 12 hours. Then comes the sweating and relentless vomiting for 24 hours. And that is, quote, just the warm-up. So this is absolutely incredible research. But yeah, I urge you to take a look, if only for the poetic way that he describes being stung stung by wasps and ants and all manner of marine wildlife. So not a job for me, but, you know, thank God someone else is out there doing it.
No, it's not a job for me either. I was just thinking of all the times I've been stung. You know, we've all had a few bee stings, a few wasp stings. Jellyfish aren't very pleasant, but, you know, there's a method to get rid of that. But really interesting, Gemma, thank you so much. And Michael, let's talk about Legos, because they've been around for years, but someone recently came up with an inclusive innovation. I just about said that. What innovation is that?
So this is more of a feel-good story. This is a gentleman in his late 20s. His name is Melinda Nucifora, and he is an American living in the States, and he is blind. Now, he struggled, as other blind people around the world have, with building Legos. He wanted to do them, but he could never do them on his own until he actually had a babysitter who actually figured out a way to create instructions in Braille. So what the babysitter, who became a friend and a bit of a colleague, and Matthew did, is they ended up putting together these Braille instructions for other Lego sets that they would then upload onto a website that they had created. And Matthew has, as a result, 3 years ago, in fact, he launched Bricks for the Blind, which is a nonprofit. And so now this 28-year-old man works with about 30 sighted writers and blind testers. And what they do is they make available the instructions for Lego to anybody who is blind or visually impaired. It has now grown so much that they have done this for 540 Lego sets, ranging from 100-piece car to a 4,000-piece bridge. And they have also attracted the attention of the Denmark-based Lego group, who in 2017 were so inspired that they decided that they would actually help and participate with what Matthew and his babysitter friend created. And they then went so far as to create Lego sets that will have little nubbins on the back of them indicating a certain symbol or a number that correlates to certain instructions, so that people who are, again, blind or visually impaired are now able to build Lego on their own. And it became so successful that there are now grandparents who are blind who in the past could not enjoy Lego with their grandchildren, but now they can, because they can all cooperate and work together using what Lego and Matthew have done to help the sighted as well as the blind.
That's an amazing story, absolutely fascinating. What a nice thing for Lego to have recognised that family. Thank you so much, Michael and Gemma, for today. And thanks to our guests, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and also Michael Jabri-Pickett. And just before we end the show, I want to bring you some breaking news that we did have earlier on, just to reiterate. Pakistan's Prime Minister, that's Shehbaz Sharif, has been posting on X, and he's requested President Trump to extend the Iran deadline for 2 weeks. He is also calling on Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for the same amount of time, 2 weeks, and that's of course, as Donald Trump's deadline does tick ever closer. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. GNT, that's coming up next. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, broadcasting from our headquarters in Riyadh. Coming up today, President Trump issues Tehran with a grim warning. He says their whole civilization will die tonight if Iran fails to make a deal with the US. We ask, what does President Trump have in mind, and how is Iran likely to respond? And with attacks that have come dangerously close to nuclear power plants in Iran and Israel, we ask, how close have we come so far to a nuclear emergency in the region? And with the war in its fifth week, we ask, what is Beijing's position and what role can China play to mediate? Hello and welcome. Just one day after talk of a ceasefire, hopes appear to have faded, with the US-Israel war on Tehran continuing and strikes ongoing. Well, US President Donald Trump said today that Iran could, quote, be taken out in one night. That's a warning that comes as his deadline for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz approaches. Well, earlier on, several explosions were reported on Iran's strategic Karg Island, which handles around 90% of the country's crude oil exports. Well, in response, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says that President Trump's threats are, quote, baseless, and they vowed to continue fighting. Well, more threats from President Donald Trump. Posting on Truth Social, he warned that a, quote, whole civilization will die unless Tehran adopts what he called a less radical path and reaches a deal with Washington. Well, President Trump added that tonight could be one of the most important moments in world history. Well, we're joined now by Brian Stern, who is a retired US Special Operations and Intelligence Officer and the founder of Grey Bull Rescue. He joins us from Florida. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Stern. We're going to be talking about rescues in just a moment, because I'm going to be asking you for your take on the dramatic rescue of the airmen inside Iranian territory. But before we come to that, news still quite fresh to us here at Al Arabiya English. President Donald Trump giving this grim warning to Iran today. He says that, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight if a deal isn't made to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. What do you read into that? What do you think he's threatening to do?
I think President Trump has proven, rightly or wrongly, I think that he has proven that he means what he says. Whether that's acceptable or tolerable or palatable is another discussion, but I do take him at his word. I think that President Trump has demonstrated strategically and tactically that he will do what he thinks is right in the best interest of the United States of America, and if that means an all-out bombing campaign, that he should take it. We should all listen to that. I also think that he's trying to speak the language of the Iranian people, where who tend to be a little more emotional and poetic. So when he says things like take out a whole civilization, I don't think he actually means kill every Iranian. I don't think that that's what he means. I think he's just trying to speak the language of the region, so to speak.
Right, and combined with the earlier threat of taking Iran back to the Stone Ages, I mean, some might say perhaps there's a veiled nuclear threat contained therein. What do you say to that?
I don't think so. I don't think I think that's too far. I don't see President Trump of the United States launching nuclear weapons against Iran unless there was a viable nuclear threat from Iran, which at this moment I don't know if that exists. It could, though. It could, and I say that because the Iranians have continued to, after all these many weeks, continue to impress with surprises the attack on Diego Garcia with the missiles that were used, where previous intelligence assessments assessed 1,000 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 at the largest, and then they launched an attack 4,000 kilometers away, holding the whole region at risk. They continue to have a very effective drone and missile campaign against many targets in many countries in the Gulf region, even after all these many weeks. So they continue to impress. So I say that because it is possible, I think unlikely, but it is possible that the Iranians still are still driving towards a nuclear capability, and that we know it. And that if that is the case, then I think all options are on the table, and appropriately so. And a nuclear armed Iran is unacceptable and intolerable, I think, for the region. So, but for that, I don't see any kind of nuclear response as a real thing.
Okay, so on one hand, we've got this quite sort of chilling warning from President Trump. His vice president, who's in Hungary today, rallying with Viktor Orban, J.D. Vance is saying that the U.S. has largely accomplished its military objectives in Iran already. I mean, is that how it looks to you?
So it's difficult to understand, and this is part of the challenge with this war, is the objectives. The objectives of the United States are undefined, are non-specific. So we know we don't like nuclear weapons. We know we don't want Iran to have a nuclear capacity. That's an easy one. But everything else is somewhat complicated, and therefore it's hard to assess with any kind of certainty if objectives are achieved. It's like navigation. You need a start point and an end point to know how far you're going. If not, you're just walking and hoping for the best. So I do think that the United States does have objectives. I do think that there are goals and all those things. I just think that they've done not the best job of articulating those publicly.
Okay. One thing that has been something of a boost to the Trump administration and the public perception of the war has been that daring U.S. military rescue of 2 airmen who were shot down over Iran. One of those rescues was particularly complex, but most people say it was, executed to the letter and was a military triumph. I mean, what were your observations about that rescue?
So I've led and participated in as a nonprofit. We've done 809 of these types of operations, very similar to this in many ways, in 4 years. So we do this as a matter of course all the time. We rescued Maria Corina Machado from Venezuela with the entire Venezuelan military and intelligence security services looking for her the week of her Nobel Prize. We've done jailbreaks from Russia. We've done hostages from Gaza. The operation that went down in Iran just recently was beautiful in every way. There were mistakes that were made, but I think people get hung up on that. There's the first casualty in any of these operations is the original plan. The original plan is never what is actually done. So when you see the images of the aircraft that got blown up, those were blown up by Americans. And it's, well, why? Well, because the planes got stuck in the mud. It happens. What's remarkable is that that enough resources were brought to bear where the exfil aircraft, which got stuck, and that's unfortunate, that the rescue team was able to still pivot and still execute successfully and still not sustain any casualties, very deep behind enemy lines, very deep in enemy territory that is still very much contested to the extent that planes are being shot down. So that's the part of this operation that is so remarkable, is that, bumps in the road always happen. It's easy to adjust for those bumps in places like Somalia or Afghanistan or Yemen, where the threat is very real, but not exactly sophisticated. Iran is a very formidable enemy. We've done operations in Iran as well, and it's very, very, very difficult. So to be able to sustain a catastrophic event like your exfil aircraft being stuck, a major component to the operation, and then still, without skipping a beat, being able to successfully conduct the operation, execute the operation, that's very remarkable to me.
Yeah, and perhaps that's why President Trump spoke so extensively about contingency planning and how impressed he was with that element of the operation. I mean, what would you say was the key, most important ingredient to the successful rescue of those two airmen?
I think the deception operation that the intelligence community did, I think, is central. We do this all the time at Grable Rescue. It's very, very, very important to these kinds of operations, and people are glossing over that. It's actually a critical component, as critical as the exfil aircraft. It's that important. I think that part is remarkable, and also the resources that were brought to bear using American tenacity and demonstrating the commitment of the United States will do what it needs to do, and if that means break some plates and throw them on the floor, they're prepared to do that. And I think that should deliver a message to many, in particular the Iranian regime, that there is no end, there is no limit, there is no bottom to American resolve when they put their minds to it. And the militia that shows up, and all Iranian special forces and IRGC guys and MOIS guys, all these other people, I feel terrible, but there's a lot of funerals going on this week on the Iranian side for this particular operation, and there are no funerals going on this week for the Americans. That's remarkable to me.
I mean, this war, according to opinion polls, isn't popular in America. Obviously, people are enduring higher costs. It's affecting inflation and, kitchen table issues for the average American person. I wonder whether you think an operation like the one that took place at the weekend to rescue those airmen will have had the effect of perhaps changing public perception, and because it is such a success story, did it have that effect, do you think?
I think it had. I think because of the way the speed of the media cycle and the news cycle, I think for a day or two people will be rah rah rah, and then it'll go back to I got to fill up my car. So I think these moments are very momentous. I think they demonstrate American ingenuity, resolve, tenacity, all those other good things. But at the end of the day, I do think that people forget very quickly, just as easily.
We had a guest yesterday who said that President Trump perhaps wasn't consulting experts, career diplomats, perhaps in the same way that other presidents have done in the past in situations like this, even consulting allies. I wonder if you agree with that. And do you think it's risky that the president is perhaps less inclined to listen to people who've got the encyclopedic knowledge and to depend more on perhaps what his hunch or his gut feeling is telling him?
So I can't speak for who's advising the president. I have no idea. I don't work for the government. I have no visibility in there whatsoever. I hope and pray that he is consulting. I can tell you that Grable Rescue has not been consulted, and I will also say that I think that that's a mistake. We conduct operations like this all the time. When we quote unquote compete with the government, we tend to win. So I can tell you that we haven't been consulted by the president or anyone in the national security community, and I can also say that I think that that's a mistake. But I hope and pray that he does have good advisors. I would assume that he does, and if he doesn't, then the president can call Grable Rescue, and we'll be happy to help him out in any way that we can, and we probably could.
What do you think the US can frame as being a victory in the event that they do manage to find some sort of an off-ramp?
Iran and the regime have been a problem for everybody in the region and in the world for 5 decades. This has been an ongoing issue. This is not just an American issue. This is not just an Israeli issue. There are Hezbollah guys in Germany. There's Hezbollah guys in America. IRGC has conducted thousands and thousands of operations globally on multiple campaigns for years. So, this war is very complicated because I do believe that something had to happen. A nuclear armed Iran is completely unacceptable in every way for anyone, regionally or globally. So I think something had to happen. At the same time, I think that care must be taken because the second, third, and fourth order effects of any war are always significant and very often can't be foreseen. What we're seeing with the Straits of Hormuz as we speak is very indicative of this problem. In every single war game that's ever been done about an Iranian war, the Straits of Hormuz has been a key piece of terrain, and it's always been understood that you need to seize that and take control of that and manage that for the world, kind of as step one or at least step two of any campaign. Here we are 5 weeks later, and we're just trying to figure out how to deal with that problem. I think I think that was a strategic error, unless it was by design, which it may have been by design, and I'll tell you why. As we look for an off-ramp, this is an excellent piece of leverage to let the Iranians play with. They certainly have no leverage militarily. That's not a thing. They certainly have no leverage diplomatically. That's not a thing. All they have is asymmetric warfare, terrorism, cyber attack, election interference, hostages, kidnapping, and the Straits of Hormuz. So this may have been a very smart decision by the president to let them have control over something. That way, this gives them something to leverage from a diplomatic perspective. But for that, they don't have much. So I'm hoping that was the plan. I personally would not have done it that way, personally. But there's lots of questions about how to find an off-ramp when you're negotiating. When you're negotiating peace, the other side needs to have something other than complete capitulation and submission, especially with a place like Iran, where they have global arms in the form of terrorism, and that could have a very, very, very global impact and a very effective one.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Brian Stern, retired US Special Operations and Intel Officer, and also the founder of Grey Bull Rescue. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, for more, we're joined now by Greg Swenson, a friend of the program and the head of Republicans Overseas, who joins us now from Chicago. Greg, a great pleasure having you with us. We've been hearing from President Trump today, quite a significant sounding posting he's put out with this stern warning to Iran, which includes a deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern time, which he has referred to, which he actually referred to yesterday as well. He says that 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. What are you expecting to happen tonight?
Well, I hope he's right. I'm not sure what will happen tonight, but I think the end game here is what everybody wants, which is the end of the corruption and the killing that, again, as the president pointed out, we've had for 47 years. This is not new, but it's just what is new is the regime getting closer and closer to nuclear capabilities and cranking out 100 ballistic missiles every month. So I think that, that much has changed, but the general rhetoric from the regime has not changed for 47 years. And they've been killing Americans all along.
I gather you have described President Trump and some of his language as being unfiltered. And I wondered what you meant by that and what you make of the president's language.
Yeah, I think sometimes unfiltered is an understatement, but it's convenient. But I do think in this case, the president has, he's made it very clear to the regime that they must get to the negotiating tables. He's tried this several times before. He tried it before Midnight Hammer back in June of 25. He tried it before this war started. So he's always choosing diplomacy first. But I think he's, a bit frustrated, and we all are, that the regime continues to fire missiles randomly and just won't really understand what's happened on the battlefield or admit it. And so, the president is again unfiltered. The cover of the New York Post called him straight shooter, and I think we in the U.S. are used to that, so we don't take his words literally. We take him seriously, but not every word literally. He does like to use hyperbole. That's okay, but it is unusual for presidents in general. He's definitely more unfiltered than anyone we've seen before. And I think that the U.S. media is used to that, and it's still a little bit shocking for international media.
Well, I mean, I think even someone in the US media are slightly surprised by some of the choices of words and expletives coming out of the president's Twitter account or Truth Social account. Have you found the comms surrounding this conflict slightly confusing? Because on the one hand, we're told, dialogue is taking place. Then we're told, no, it isn't, and that we're going to, up the ante. And we're hearing today from the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, who says that the US has largely accomplished its military objectives in Iran. So that begs the question, why continue? Why not just call it a day there?
Well, yeah, I think it's two things. One is he did say largely, not 100%. And secondly, those are military objectives, but there are other objectives, like, for example, looking after the people of Iran, who the great majority of really want regime change and wants to, live a more Western life in Iran. And so, this is something that's frustrating to all of us, and it has been for 5 decades now. And so I think the vice president is correct when he says we've reached most of the military objectives. I mean, if you call 90% or 95% of their capabilities taken out, they got lucky on Friday with a shoulder-fired heat-seeking missile. That's not exactly, a powerful military moment. Just a bit of good luck on their part. But I think, look, the president is again choosing diplomacy. He doesn't want to continue this conflict. He'd rather have something at the negotiating table. But the regime really insists on their own ability, keeping their ability to develop a nuclear weapon. They want to keep the ability to fire ballistic missiles at their neighbors. And I just don't think that's something that's ever going to be possible to negotiate with the U.S.
It doesn't sound like diplomacy is going to be Iran's chosen path at this stage. We're just hearing from the Wall Street Journal that it has cut off diplomacy with the United States. I mean, there was some confusion as to how much diplomacy there was in the first place, but that therefore means that whatever President Trump has threatened is going to happen at 8 p.m. Eastern Time is going to happen, doesn't it?
Probably, because I think you're right, Tom. The regime doesn't want to negotiate. The fact that they've rejected, any peaceful settlement is just a kind of consistent with how they've always behaved. And it doesn't matter that it's the new mullah or the new people in the seat. They're suicidal in nature. So just by assuming the roles that have been eliminated, or when the people are eliminated and they fill that chair, that's almost a suicide mission. So I don't think there's any hope for, I hope I'm surprised tonight, but I agree with you. I don't think it's likely.
I mean, a lot of the language is really ominous, isn't it? Not just on the Iranian side, but obviously on the US side as well. I mean, President Trump talking about taking Iran back to the Stone Ages and then saying that a civilization is going to die. I mean, have you ever heard anything like that before?
Not from the West. You hear that all the time from the regime. But of course, the regime doesn't really have the power or the punch behind that comment, whereas President Trump does. Now, look, I would again argue it's hyperbole. I wouldn't take it literally, but he does mean business. And I think that you'll see that. Again, he's given every opportunity for diplomacy, but it's just not working. The Pakistanis tried as well, and they've been mediating for the last few weeks now. And I just don't think the regime is anything but suicidal and apocalyptic. And that's really a shame for the people of Iran. I do think he will focus on military structures. He's done that already in the Karg Island overnight. Last night was the biggest bombing evening or overnight of the campaign so far. I think they'll go for infrastructure and of course, always doing our best to avoid civilian casualties.
Yeah, I mean, the cracks that Israel and the United States were talking about at the beginning in the ranks of the regime and in the ranks of the leadership in Iran don't seem to be there, do they? I mean, people will be asking, where's the opposition? Where are the people taking to the streets that we were told about at the very outset of this conflict?
I know it's a shame that the regime chose to kill their own citizens at great scale, and then of course you had the champion Iranian wrestler who was executed a few weeks ago along with two of his mates, and so I think that they've probably learned that it's really dangerous to do that. Now, hopefully, somehow we can arm some of the opposition groups, whether it's the IDF or Mossad or the CIA. Ultimately that might work. But for now, I think it's safer, and even the advice from the president as well as from the IDF is to stay at home, don't take trains tonight, for obvious reasons. Meanwhile, the regime is firing cluster munitions at civilian targets, and so it just shows you the difference between the coalition that we have, not only with Israel but with the other Gulf states, and the regime, which is really is always going to fire on civilians quite deliberately and use their own people as human shields. It's really a shame.
I mean, a lot is happening. I mean, it seems like we're coming to something of a head with this conflict. I mean, just looking at all the latest urgents flashing up on my computer as I talk to you. I mean, the United States telling its nationals to shelter in place in Bahrain. We've got an alert that says the White House denies it's considering using nuclear weapons in Iran. I mean, the fact that they're having to make a denial like that suggests people really are very concerned about where things could be heading to.
I think some of the reaction, I was on another program earlier, some of the reaction from the real Trump opponents saying, they inserted the word nuclear. That was never something that the president said. So, but I do understand you can make assumptions from some of this hyperbole that comes out of the White House. And I think that's, somewhat difficult at a time like this. And it's a shame. The other problem is, we had a really great moment over the weekend with the two U.S. Air Force airmen being rescued. That was Easter morning here in the U.S. And unfortunately, that's kind of old news now. I was hoping that was something that we could really celebrate for a few days or a few weeks. And that's already old news now, although it is still reassuring and still making the headlines here that the airmen are healthy and they're in the hospital in Germany at the U.S. Air Base in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, a reflection as well of the very fast-moving news cycle and these very fast-moving developments. I mean, I was going to ask you, because, I mean, obviously, we covered that story of the rescue of the airmen, and, there was a great sense of triumph about the operation there in the United States. And I wondered whether you've detected that, perhaps shifting public perception of this conflict, because let's face it, Greg, this conflict is pretty unpopular there in the US, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's still the slight majority are against it. And it's really on party lines, Tom. The Republicans are still 90% supporting of it. The Democrats are somewhere around 20%. So, it's generally speaking not popular, but still along party lines. And so, I think that moment was difficult. I mean, it was kind of interesting that, we had flown 13,000 missions or sorties in the conflict so far, with no planes being shot down. And Desert Storm 1, in a very short amount of time, they had 43 U.S. aircraft that were down by enemy fire. And so this was only the first one of 13,000 missions. So that track record is pretty good. And yet the sentiment, I think would have turned quickly if those airmen weren't rescued. And so it was a great moment. And I think that's something that might be reflected in the commentary now, in that this is an opportunity, an opportune time to take advantage of that. And the fact that we demonstrated such unbelievable power, being able to go in on Friday during daylight, which is very unusual. And then, of course, the nighttime rescue with, over 150 aircraft. I mean, it's really phenomenal. So maybe there's just a bit of a bounce in the step of the military right now. But on the other hand, we're at 6 weeks, and I don't think anybody has an appetite for a long duration conflict.
I mean, ordinarily in a situation like this, the United States would be standing shoulder to shoulder with its allies, and the allies seem to be, they're nowhere to be seen. And you, I gather, have made comments to the effect that the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, is having a bit of a Neville Chamberlain moment here. I just wonder what you meant by that.
Well, I think he's definitely showing, Chamberlain-esque tendencies with the appeasement. It's autopilot for Keir Starmer. He automatically goes into some sort of McKinsey speak where he speaks for 10 minutes but doesn't really say anything, and then uses words like de-escalation and diplomacy. Well, yeah, of course, we all prefer, de-escalation and diplomacy, but I think it was unfortunate that he declined the use, at least for a short time, declined the use of the air bases. He and other allies in the West didn't necessarily have to send pilots and soldiers. All they had to do is let the U.S. use their air bases. I mean, we are in NATO after all, and are obviously the overwhelming power in NATO. So that was unfortunate, but I do think the president felt like the timing was urgent. I think bringing a coalition together would not have worked because of the timing, having all of the leadership meeting on that Saturday morning 5.5 weeks ago. And so, I think between the timing and the fact that the Western militaries are just atrophied, and I think that the fact that we teamed up quite well with Israel, which has really shown how skilled they are as warriors, and it also demonstrates how atrophied the Western European militaries are. I'm not sure they would have moved the needle. Again, only to use their air bases would have been convenient and saved some refueling that occurred, in the air during some of the longer missions. But, I think this is a speed bump in the special relationship. I don't think it's the end of it. And I think it's a wake-up call and you'll hear that from the Secretary General of NATO today when he visits the White House, that, it's a wake-up call for Western European militaries that really need to be rearmed.
Just lastly, Greg, I mean, just looking at where things could head to from here, I mean, reading between the lines, we've talked about what President Trump has said. A couple of comments from Vice President J.D. Vance, who's in Budapest, giving Viktor Orban a bit of a boost on the stage. He's saying now the US has tools in our toolkit that we have so far decided not to use on Iran. I mean, what do you think is most likely as a course of action here for the United States?
Yeah, I think that, perhaps in the next few days or probably nights, you'll see more bombing of infrastructure, probably some rail lines, probably some power infrastructure. I don't think you'll see any major damage to oil refineries or oil production, namely because I think that's going to be key for the recovery in Iran. And of course, the president wants oil to be flowing. So, there's some self-interest there as well. So, it's really hard to call at this point. I mean, we're all maintaining some sliver of hope that the regime will come to their senses and look after their own people rather than their, sort of fanatical lunacy. But I doubt that will happen. So I would expect some additional elimination or destruction of some infrastructure that aids the military. That's not something that's not uncommon in armed conflict at all. And so you'll see some of that, and that will just further degrade the ability of the regime to exercise military strength, which, again, it's never going to be 100% eliminated. But if we can get it down to 95, that's a pretty good move.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom. Good to be here.
We're joined now by Colonel Richard Kemp, who is the former commander of British forces in Afghanistan and former chairman of the UK government's Cobra Security Committee. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Colonel Kemp, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. In the last couple of hours, we've heard from President Trump. He's spoken about Iran, and he's issued this pretty severe warning. He says, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight and never be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." What do you think President Trump has in mind here?
I think he has in mind to intensify the assault that he's been making on the Iranian regime. You can't tell what he's really thinking, but I doubt he's talking about trying to wipe out the whole of Iranian civilization. I think what he really means is to eliminate the regime through continuation of the kind of efforts that have been used so far, and perhaps increase of those efforts, intensification of those efforts to include some of the different targets he's been talking about recently, which includes energy infrastructure and also vital bridges, which are necessary for the regime to control the country.
Okay, he also went on to say that maybe, he said, something revolutionarily wonderful can happen, who knows? And I'm wondering what that something revolutionary would have to be in order to prevent whatever it is that President Trump is threatening.
I think it would have to be effectively the change of the regime that's in Tehran today. It would have to be the fall of the regime that's existed for the last 47 years or so, and their replacement with something significantly less hostile to their neighbours in the Middle East and to the world. So that's pretty much the only thing I can think of that is going to really change the situation now. The only other alternative is, as I mentioned before, is to keep hitting Iran until it naturally collapses, and there's got to come a point where that happens. I think if the United States is prepared to endure and persist in and have the munitions necessary to continue to do so.
How do you see Tehran responding? I mean, do you think realistically they're likely to back down this evening or go ahead with taking strikes against the GCC and regional infrastructure to the next level? What do you think is more likely?
I would say the much more likely option is for Iran to continue lashing out at its Arab neighbours. Obviously, they're going to keep hitting at Israel while they can. That's always been on their agenda. And while they have the ability to do so, they will do so. But I think they're also potentially, as they've suggested, they will potentially increase the amount and the variety of strikes against some of the other countries in the region, including, of course, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and many of their other neighbours. And I think they've made a huge misjudgment in this. But what it does show is why it was absolutely right for the United States to strike at Iran, because they have this danger, they have this great animosity to not just to Israel, not just the US, but also all of their neighbours. And the sooner that can be dealt with, and by basically doing what the US are doing at the moment and denying them of their military capabilities, the better.
You're quoted, Colonel Kemper, saying about 4 weeks ago that the war in Iran should not be stopped until this regime is so weakened that it is no longer a threat. And I'm just wondering whether you think that now, 5 weeks into this war, the US and Israel are close to achieving that, and whether we've seen any signs of that happening.
It's really hard to know. For speaking as an outsider, I'm not involved in any official capacity in what's going on. I don't have access to intelligence. And it's very hard to know exactly what the state of the Iranian regime is today. Quite clearly, they must have suffered immensely. They've had layer after layer of both political and military commanders chopped off by Israeli and by US efforts. Now, the damage that has done, apart from the structural and physical damage it's done, that damage must be being felt right the way through the regime. And it may come a point, I don't know whether we're near it or not, but I think there may come a point where the regime does fall. It may require, in order for that to happen, it may require some kind of military action inside of Iran. Now, that's unlikely to be, I would say, unlikely to be American military action, except on a pretty limited scale, maybe for limited raids, etc. It's more likely to be action by some oppositionist element within Iran, possibly even by the Iranian army, which is not known for its loyalty to the regime, which might be, who knows, might be persuaded, or might even now being persuaded to turn on the regime. Something like that, I think, may be necessary to complete the destruction of this regime. If not, then we're going to see a continuation of the regime, albeit in a very much neutralized way. But of course, it will not take huge amount of time for them to repair the damage they've done with the assistance of China and Russia. Maybe a few years or decades to repair what they've lost so far.
Now, with your experience of Afghanistan, I wanted to ask you about the likelihood of a ground invasion being launched by the United States and Israel, and why you think perhaps up until this point they've been hesitant, even reluctant to go ahead with that.
Yeah, I think the lessons of Afghanistan and Iraq are such that the chances of a major ground invasion into Iran are virtually nil. I think, it doesn't, the fact that one thing happened in Iraq and Afghanistan doesn't mean exactly the same is going to happen in Iran. It might be that a ground invasion has a very different effect. But I think the political leadership in both Israel and the United States have no appetite for going in on a large-scale invasion. I think maybe more limited raids of one sort or another might be a possibility, but I don't really see any appetite to go through the same kind of very lengthy performance that was gone through in Iraq and Afghanistan, which, with the best will in the world, it will take vast numbers of troops. It's a huge country. It has huge capabilities. Take vast numbers of troops and probably a very long time, for which neither the Israeli leadership nor indeed the American leadership nor indeed their people have the appetite for.
What do you think US allies are telling the United States at the moment? And at the moment I'm thinking of allies in the Middle East. Do you think they're telling President Trump to finish the war or finish the job?
I think the impression I get, certainly, and I've spent quite a lot of time among different countries in the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, I do believe that they will be urging him to finish the job. And obviously that does mean finish the war as well, as quickly as possible, but not pull out of the war before the job is done. But of course, Iran's neighbours are also very, very concerned about the damage that's already been done to them and the potential damage that will be done to them. But I think, as I mentioned earlier on, I think it's illustrated the real threat that we've known about for so long that emanates from Iran, and that threat has to be neutralised, it has to be stopped, and it's being done right now.
And Colonel Kemp, of course, you're British, and the UK is a traditional ally of the United States, and yet the British Prime Minister has looked reluctant to get involved in this operation. Why do you think that is? And do you think he's right to have held back?
I don't think he's right to have held back. I think he made exactly the wrong decision, and that's true of most of America's supposed European allies. We should have stuck right alongside the US. We should have taken part in this operation. We should have been more cooperative in letting the Americans use US air bases in British territory. The reason that didn't happen was because the Prime Minister, our current Prime Minister, puts domestic party politics ahead of the national interest. It's in our national interest to remain close, strong military allies of the US. But he sees it differently, and he understands that that Britain joining a war on a Muslim country, particularly alongside Israel, and that's the real sticking point, I think, not so much the US but Israel, is going to be potentially damaging for his support in the UK, for his voters, and of course there's a very strong support element for the Labour Party in the UK, which is made up of hard left and Islamist supporters who would all be very, very resentful of the UK joining the war. And I think that's been his overwhelming priority. And the same applies in other European countries as well, where similar electoral components need to be taken into consideration by their leaders. And it's unfortunate, and I think we will pay for it. We will suffer for it in the long term.
I mean, the British Prime Minister might argue, and some other people we've had on the programme have said this to us as well, that the objectives, certainly militarily, haven't been very clear from the outset. And just as an example of that today, while we've been talking about there's still, things that need to be achieved militarily on the ground. The US Vice President is in Hungary today, where he's been telling an audience that the US has largely accomplished its military objectives. on the ground there in Iran. I mean, is that how it looks to you? Because, you know, there does seem to be some mixed messaging when it comes to what sort of objectives are sought to be achieved here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the objectives since this war began as being pretty clear. I've not been in any way confused about how they've been set out. Some of President Trump's language, of course, has maybe caused some people to be confused. But in general terms, he's, I think, been quite clear since the beginning. And the objectives are really primarily threefold. One, to deny Iran the continuation of its nuclear program, not to let it get nuclear weapons. Two, to prevent it from using and continuing to develop ballistic missiles. And three, preventing it from using a terrorist proxy network around the region, particularly focused, but not only focused, but particularly focused on strangling Israel. And those have been his three primary objectives, I think, set out clearly at the beginning and maintained. He's spoken about regime change as being a desirable byproduct of those objectives. Now, I think these objectives can be achieved and have been substantially achieved already. But the problem, of course, as I kind of alluded to earlier, was that if the regime is not changed for one that has different ambitions and doesn't have such animosity within the region and around the world, then those kind of destroyed, or at least partially destroyed, capabilities, nuclear, ballistic missiles, terrorist proxies, can all be rebuilt. They can all be rebuilt. And that's why regime change is important. But I think the US is quite wise not to specify regime change as being a specific objective, because although it may be highly desirable, very, very hard to know how you can go about achieving it. You can have plans in place, and I'm sure the US has, I'm sure Israel has, to try and achieve it. But as in many things in war, it's really hard to predict exactly how it's going to go, particularly at the political end.
Okay, we're out of time, but we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much indeed. Colonel Richard Kemp, thank you again. So when will the war end? Well, the US President Donald Trump has previously said the conflict could end even without a nuclear deal, but that appears to contradict what many experts are saying. Well, analysts say the US and Israel are unlikely to wind down the war until Iran's nuclear capabilities are significantly weakened or even wiped out. Meanwhile, the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog has warned that strikes near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant pose, quote, a very real danger to nuclear safety, and that they must stop. Well, that facility in southern Iran has reportedly been targeted 4 times since the war began. The latest happened during the weekend. Well, we're joined now by Dr. Khaled Toukan, who is the chairman of the Jordan Atomic Energy Commission, who joins us now from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Toukan. In the context of these regional tensions, let's bear in mind that your country and Israel share a 300-kilometre-long border. And Dimona, which is in Israel, is, of course, home to a nuclear research facility. And as the crow flies, that is about 50 kilometres from the Jordanian border. Would you say that was the main concern for Jordan with regards to the nuclear dimension to this conflict?
Yes, indeed. As you have mentioned, Dimona, as we all know, is located in the Negev. Dimona actually has a 25-kilometer air distance from the closest point to the Jordanian border. For sure, in case Dimona is attacked, there will be some consequences regarding the dispersion of the radioactive plume that might hit the reactor core itself with the uranium that is embedded in the reactor core. As we all know, according to the published literature, probably Dimona now, as a research reactor, has a power of 86 megawatt thermal. Probably the load, the fuel loading, is around 16 tons. So an attack that would hit the core of the reactor with the fuel will definitely release plume, radioactive plume. However, let me state the following. Since the early stages of establishing the Dimona reactor, Israel, through its founding fathers, Levi Eshkol, and we know Ben Gurion, and at one point, Shimon Peres played a major role through his connections with the French in the mid-50s, were able to successfully start recruiting the technical expertise and the knowledge to build such a reactor. However, it's well established from what is being published in the literature, particularly in the Western literature, particularly US and probably several British journals in the 60s, that Dimona was built entrenched deep underground, probably at maybe 30 meters below the surface. It's well established in some accounts that the reactor had 10 floors below the ground, so minus 10. So in this case, as we have witnessed, Iran has the capability, and it has been targeting Israel through surface-to-surface missiles. So in this case, as we all know, that the explosion was always on the surface. These surface-to-surface missiles would only be able to penetrate a few meters on the surface. And in this case, actually, it would be very unlikely through the conventional methods that the Iranians have been targeting the Israeli facilities, that the reactor core itself would be basically attacked, in the sense that you will be far off from the reactor core. So we at the Jordan Atomic Energy Commission have done several calculations on the radioactive plume. Now, our first assumption is that probably it is highly improbable that the reactor core itself would sustain any serious blow with the surface-to-surface conventional missiles that Iran has been using. However, we assume the worst case scenario, that somehow there has been a release of a plume originating from this radioactive source of 16 tons, and that it's dispersed and moves with the wind direction. We did calculations based on computer simulations and modeling, and basically we know that the direction of the wind in that location in the Negev is coming from the northwest, basically coming from the direction of Europe and the northern Mediterranean. So if such a plume originates from the center of the source, the plume will be flying in the direction of southeast. Our calculations indicated that in the worst scenario, assuming that the reactor core has been hit and all the inventory of the fuel has been released, that the plume will spread around a reactor perimeter of 30 kilometers. 10 kilometers will be highly subjected to heavy radioactive material, heavy doses. At 20 kilometers, the activity will be lower, and probably when we reach the perimeter of 30 kilometers, the plume would have basically evaded. So our calculations indicated that, God forbids, if there is a release of a reactor plume, it's only it will go 5 kilometers deep into the Jordanian territory with an extension of around 15 to 20 kilometers.
All right. So I know that in Jordan you're keeping a very close eye on radiation levels. You've got early warning systems in place, I gather. I mean, have any hazards been detected since the conflict began?
We are very happy to report that so far, and we really are very hopeful that this will continue to be the case. We have around 26 real-time monitoring stations for radiation monitoring spread all over the country, starting from the south of Jordan, Aqaba, till the deepest north of Jordan in the north. 3 real-time monitoring stations are located in the mountains and hills that face Dimona. They are around at a distance of around probably 35 to 40 kilometers. So far, nothing has been obtained, no change in the background levels detected, neither in the radiation monitors facing Dimona, nor in any of the monitors spread all over the country.
Okay, so that's Dimona. I want to ask you about a nuclear power plant that's much further away from Jordan than Dimona. It's, of course, the Iranian Bushehr nuclear power plant, and that's about 2,000 kilometers away from where you are, but it's only about 150 kilometers away from Saudi Arabia, from Kuwait, from Bahrain and Qatar, just across the water. And I wonder if you could tell us, just drawing on your expertise, what a major strike on Bushehr would mean for those countries.
Unfortunately, if, God forbids, an attack takes place on Bushehr and the attack hits the reactor itself, we all know that nuclear power plants basically are constituted of 3 parts. The nuclear island, which has the reactor, which has the uranium, the nuclear fuel. Then we have the turbine island. And then when we have the balance of the plant, which basically is composed of the electric power generators. If there is an attack on Bushehr, and I will later comment on that, we know that the nuclear power plant is typically built above the surface, so this is a superficial reactor, not a reactor built underground, as I have mentioned in the case of Dimona. So if there is an attack on the reactor itself and the reactor sustains big damage, we have calculated that typically the Bushehr nuclear power plant is a plant of 1,000 megawatt electrical, which is 3,000 megawatt thermal energy. It contains typically 86 tons of nuclear fuel. So you could see the comparison, 86 compared to 16. So it's at least 5 times more in tonnage compared to Dimona. And Dimona, as I've mentioned, it's built and entrenched underground. So such an attack, if it gets a direct hit on the reactor itself and the nuclear fuel has melted and the explosion hits the fuel that will be dispersed, we might have something close to what happened in Chernobyl or Fukushima. There will be a reactor plume that will come from the reactor core itself. Our calculations using our computer simulations and dispersion models have indicated that this plume will probably spread out from the center of the reactor core and will cover 200 kilometers. So basically, and this is the fact due to the presence of a biggest tonnage of nuclear fuel. We are here talking about 86 tons. Now, also in Bushehr, depending on the wind roses and wind directions, the wind blows typically from northwest, heading towards northeast. So our calculations indicated that within a perimeter of 200 kilometers from the reactor center, there will be a heavy plume with radiation that exceeds the background levels, and in some areas you have to evacuate some of these areas which will be exposed to the direct plume exposure, and basically the precipitation or downfall of the heavier elements, mainly cesium-137 and iodine, which are the most probably biggest concentration of radioactive material coming out of the reactor core that would have been damaged. However, unfortunately, there might be a bigger danger. We know that typically in every nuclear power plant, after the fuel is burned, it's put in barrels, what we call spent fuel barrels, and they are probably stored in what we call spent pool, a spent nuclear reactor pool, basically spent fuel. This spent fuel has a lot of fission fragments that are highly radioactive. In a typical nuclear power plant, such fuel, once it's burnt inside the reactor and it's spent fuel, is stored in these ponds or pools inside the reactor. And typically, as I've said, there will be several tons, or maybe if we talk about probably more, several hundred tons of this fuel. Now, these barrels contain highly radioactive material. God forbid. If these ponds are targeted and some of these barrels disperse, we will have an accident similar to Fukushima. You know, some of this will, unfortunately, go into the water of the Gulf, and it will basically be dispersed through the water currents that prevail in the Gulf. So unfortunately, targeting Bushehr, and God forbid, if the reactor itself gets a direct hit, or if the pool containing the spent fuel is hit, it will be an environmental, I would say, an environmental disaster, similar to what has occurred in Chernobyl and what has occurred in Fukushima.
And in that scenario, just lastly, how wide a radius could be affected by such a nuclear disaster?
Well, you know, when Fukushima hit, the tsunami hit, some of this water actually, but minor traces actually were detected even in the coast of the U.S. in California, although very, very minor traces. So this contamination will go with the water currents at the beginning. Probably it will go further north, and then probably through the direction of the water currents, it will be moving in the direction of the south, and then would go into the Arabian Sea, and maybe will even later go into the Indian Ocean. So this contamination will be widely spread. It will have very negative effect because, mind you, this is a Gulf area, so it's contained. So most of the contamination will be confined to the Gulf area because it is more of a contained, closed water, basically water medium, while in the case of Fukushima, it was a wide open sea, ocean or sea, where the dispersion of the contaminated material was widely spread into the ocean. So unfortunately, if this happens, there will be a severe contamination of the water in the Gulf. However, I could say that there is no strategic value for targeting Bushehr. Bushehr is basically a nuclear power plant which produces electricity running at a fuel enriched to up to 4 to 5%. This plant has been built by Rosatom. All the nuclear fuel has been supplied by Rosatom. It is not part of the chain that Iran has established over the last few decades for the complete nuclear fuel cycle, starting with the yellow cake, then followed by the conversion facilities, heavy water, and then enrichment facilities, and then fuel fabrication. So targeting Bushehr, actually, I think it's very unlikely because it is not part of what the United States and Israel have been doing in targeting basically the nuclear facilities in Iran that deal directly with the nuclear fuel cycle, the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle, which basically starts with the yellow cake, then the conversion facilities that takes the yellow cake, the U3O8 and converts it into uranium hexafluoride in the gaseous form. And then this gas will be enriched as in the plants in Bordeaux and Natanz, and then goes to fuel fabrication or whatever purpose. So targeting Bushehr is not, going to lead to what the U.S. and Israel were aiming at, which basically to cripple Iran's capability in terms of crippling its enrichment and moving into highly enriched uranium.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but it's been really interesting talking to you, Dr. Khaled Toukan, the chairman of the Jordanian Atomic Energy Commission. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We're going to turn our attention now to China and find out, what does Beijing think of this conflict? What is Beijing's stance this as the US-Israel war enters its second month? Well, China is positioning itself as a voice for peace, but can it realistically stay strategically neutral? Well, to help us answer those questions and more, we're joined now by Nada Rong, who is a writer and political analyst and council member of the China Middle East Studies Association. He joins us from Beijing. Mr. Rong, it's a pleasure having you on the program once again. I'd just like to start by asking you, before we talk about the China-specific angles that we were just alluding to there, what do you think the warning is that President Trump has issued tonight when he says that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again? I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. What do you think Beijing makes of this, and what do you read into it?
Thank you very much for having me. It's a very big threatened to the regime in Iran, but in the Chinese perspective, any escalation or the lasting of the war will not serve the interest of any parties in the war, and also will not serve the interest of any country in the world, because the escalation or the circulation of attacking or retaliation will only lead to more damages for the insurrections, and also will lead more military casualties for the U.S. armies and Israel armies, and also it will not reach the purpose of the United States, and also will lead more suffering or damages to the civilians of different parties, and also will not serve the interests of any country, and especially in Gulf countries.
Okay. And I just wondered what you think China's role has been up until now, perhaps some of it behind the scenes, to try and mediate and de-escalate this conflict?
Yes, from the beginning of this war, China's position is clear and constant. China is in a very objective and impartial position, and always calls for ceasefires. And China has always been a positive mediator in the conflicts, and calls for all the parties, either for the Iranian side and also for the United States. And also China regard the reason for instability in this region, or the reason of the war, is that the United States and Israel initiate to attack Iran. And so also for the problems of the Hormuz Strait, it's also because the American-Israel attack on Iran. There is no other radical solution for the problem in the Hormuz Strait, only by stop the military operation. So China we can say that from the beginning of the war, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has made phone calls, phone talks with the foreign minister from different countries for 26 times, and China has sent its special envoy to for the Middle East to visit the country, the relative countries, and also China has proposed initiative with Pakistan, which the initiative with 5 points to realize the ceasefire, and China always reiterates that the top priority now for the situation is to immediate ceasefire and to stop any military operations or unilateral military operations, and to turn back to the trajectory of talk and the negotiations. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Wong, I wanted to ask you, just in a couple of words, if you could describe for me how, and characterize for me the state of relations between Tehran and Beijing.
Yes, I think there are Beijing and Tehran are the strategic cooperator, and there are very close cooperation between China and Iran, and China has expressed its support for Iran for defending for its sovereignty and security and territorial integrity, and also express its support for the peaceful using of nuclear energy for Iran and defend for its legitimate rights. And also, but China will not. China always uphold a principle that will not provide any weapons or military support to any parties in the conflict and in the war, because China is the friend for all the Middle East countries. China will never support some of the countries in the region to fight against another part of the another countries in the region. And also, China's the cornerstone of Chinese foreign policies in the Middle East is peace, and to realize the coexistence and the reconciliation between different countries in this region.
Do you think there's some nervousness in Beijing that were the leadership in Iran to fall, that country would automatically head into the direction, into the orbit of the West, notably the United States, just as Syria has done, just as Venezuela appears to have done? Do you think that's something that worries the leadership in Beijing?
I think China has a good relationship with Iran and traditional friendship. I think there's no worries because China will cooperate with Iran, however the regime changes. And also China don't want to do the confrontation or do the geopolitical confrontation with the United States in any part of the world. But China think they should return to the rules or to the basic rules of the international relationship. China always opposes the unilateral action, military action, or or even a military invitation to any sovereign countries to make the regime change, or we call it color revolutions. China is against that, but China will uphold the UN charters and also the international laws. And in the same time, China is not so worried that if there is a change of regime or regime change, but China is respect the choice of Iranian people according to the institutions in Iran.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you how this war has affected China and its economy, because I know that coal still accounts for about half of China's energy mix. China is also a major adopter of electric vehicle technology. How well do you think China has been able to absorb the shock of higher oil prices?
Yes, there are some impact or negative impact, but it is still limited and under control because China has is a very advanced country in the using of renewable energies, and also China has used its corn, as you said, to replace the oil and natural gases in producing. But there are indeed negative impact. There are risks of at least we can see in our daily life there are risks, a little bit risks of the petrol, the price of petrol, and tonight there will be another round of raise of the price of petrol, and also there are rates of the cost of transporting, and also the other raw materials that's related with the petrol industry or the oil industry. So, but all this kind of negative impact are under control, and China is and China also have the national strategic oil reserves, which can last for more than 150 days, and China hasn't used it yet. So, but China don't want the war to continue for a long time, because the whole world economy will be affected also, and it will lead to a recession, global recession. And this global recession is not, it will make negative ramifications for the Chinese economy, because China is also exporting its goods and services to the world. If there is a recession, economic recession, China also will be affected deeply.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Nada Rong, writer and political analyst, thank you very much for joining us today from Beijing.
Thank you for your invitation.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not you.
Put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
Yeah.
What are you your hand up for?
Maybe Stones, you know.
Oh, that's what I was just about to do. Why are you trying to steal mine?
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge, and Cole and Cole. How are you, chaps?
How are you, mate?
Good,
you good?
Bit fresher this week?
A little bit.
Yeah. What's the hesitation?
I had my mate stay over, didn't I? And he's a bad influence.
Oh, yeah. Luke.
Yeah. You know him well, but I usually always get the blame. But I've got video evidence and voice note evidence.
That's true.
And I sent it to you guys.
Yeah.
He's the bad influence.
Yeah.
And he ended up not going home.
Well, we gave you some
2
advice.
nights.
Yeah.
And led me a little bit astray yesterday. But I stood strong and I was in bed by 9:30.
Yeah. I like the way that you was getting receipts. Like, he's filming him on the slide going, should we go to bed? And Lou's going, nah, another couple of
What kind of drinks he kept going?
Do you know what I mean? Gathering evidence, like the old Bill.
Because I always get the blame, mate, and his missus blames me as well.
Yeah, everyone blames Bridgie.
You went Ashcroft, didn't you?
I did go, mate. Me and him went, mate. I think he is superb. At one point, he, the whole place was bouncing the O2, and it was Bittersweet Symphony, and he finished with Sonnet and then Bittersweet Symphony. But he dedicated it
to his dog.
No, that was Drugs Don't Work.
Yeah, Drugs Don't Work.
To his dog. But he dedicated it to all the hard-working men.
Oh, yeah, that was the other one.
You're out there, like, he said, you're out there, you're trying to earn a living. I know it's tough, like, you spent your money to come here. And then felt the place go, wow. You know, and then the tune dropped.
Yeah.
And he was
it's
like,
a great tune
it was just, and he kept it going. Mate, he's soulful.
Yes.
Before we move on, can I just say your hair looks sensational?
Oh, cheers, mate. Thanks very much.
Like, good.
Looks
I
good.
like it.
Got the afro going, didn't you?
Well, I grew it a little bit, didn't I?
He does look good,
I can't do what the hairdresser did, though.
What?
He made it into like a proper permy thing. And I try and do it, mate. It's like frisball. It's just like a frisball.
Do you know what? I can give you a good
lesson.
I can give you a good haircut, mate.
Yeah?
Give you a nice little mullet.
You're just
give you a little mullet.
He was trying to talk me into a mullet. Everyone's getting mullet.
Yeah, it's back in, mate. Give you a nice little mullet.
I would love to have that hair, but listen.
You can still grow it at the back.
I would genuinely love to, mate. I just can't bring myself to go and...
I wish I had hair.
Mate.
I
think it would change the way I walk. Would be more, honestly, and talk. Everything, shoulders would come back a little bit.
We've seen what happened.
You all like that anyway.
But listen, we need to get back. We need to get going, right? Yeah. Spurs relegation battle. Listen, Igor Tudor's. He's been sacked after 7 games. He's in charge for 44 days. He lost 5 of his 7 games and 1 point in the 5 Premier League games. Right, first things first. Where's it going? But do the board need to take some responsibility for this?
I don't think anyone knows where it's going, do they?
but
of course they got to take responsibility.
Yeah,
it's a sham. It just seems like an absolute shambles.
What was your initial thoughts when he come in? Because you look at the names that were linked to it. Originally, there was talk of Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, and now Sean Dyche has come into that, and De Zerbi's the front runner. They all make sense. Igor Tudor never seemed to make sense to me. He had no connection to the club, no Premier League experience, and he was a taskmaster. So for me, the board have looked at it, and it just shows their naivety, that the fact that they all of them things were not taken into consideration, and they don't even understand. One thing the board has to have, it has to have an understanding of the type of players it's bringing into the club and the type of group they are. The group at Spurs seem to me like a group that have been, first of all, they've got some of the best managers of the last 15 years sacked. You know, and you know that because we've seen the documentary, you know, with certain players, you know, so you've seen behind the scenes certain players go into Daniel Levy, you know, all of that nonsense that happens at football clubs. You've seen all of that under Mourinho and like Conte, you know, some top managers. Yeah. So if you know, it seems like a very, very fragile bunch of players, and Igor Tudor is a taskmaster. So they just didn't work from the off. These boys gone, no. I don't know how you get a tune out of them. Well, I know what I would do. I would go and get Harry Redknapp or Robbie Keane.
Even Jermaine Defoe.
Jermaine Defoe, we'll get onto that later because that's another madness in taking that job where he's gone. But they need to be nurtured through this crisis, get to the summer, stay in the Premier League, and then you have to recalibrate the whole club and get people in who actually understand football. Because the Igor Tudor thing was like an exercise in how to you know, take your club backwards. It was mental.
Yeah, for me, I look at all of this with I've taken it in with open arms because obviously West Ham are where we are and we are contending not to be relegated. I wish for Forest and Spurs to carry on their current form, because obviously it's good for us. You know what I mean? So that Forest Spurs game, that was an interesting game because someone said earlier they would have rather Forest have lost than Spurs because they think probably Spurs have got more in the locker to get out of this scenario. But I think vice versa.
We've been saying that for weeks.
I think vice versa. I think Forest have shored up a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Especially after that game, but I thought that before because Pereira's done really well coming in. I think that he's starting to get a tune out of the Forest players, and they've got a good squad too. So I look at it, I think it's out of Leeds can get brought into this as well, but Forest and Spurs and West Ham are in it.
Yeah,
and we need to go with. I'm going with Spurs to go down.
Really?
Yeah, because obviously I don't want West Ham to go down.
Yeah, but what have you seen in Spurs?
That you just don't like them.
No,
it's nothing to do with that. Actually, it's nothing to do with.
What do you see? Because I
just think the players. I'm not battering them. Don't get me wrong, but I just think they're a bit. For me, they're copying out.
I think they've got it mentally.
Sometimes, because sometimes they come out. That second half against Man City, right? Second half against Man City, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was thinking they had Man City like on the back foot,
on the ropes.
I'm thinking, so where's this been? This performance? Don't just roll out your best performances when you want to. So it shows that they're doing it. They can do it, and they're willing to do it, but under the right circumstances. Which is, I think you can't pick and choose your battles when you're in a relegation battle. You got to be out there making sure. I've been in relegation battles. You can't pick and choose when you want to perform. So it seems like to me that they are, and they're just blaming on the manager. The players
do you not think
are blaming on the manager.
Some of it comes down to their mentality, though.
Or
like fear as well.
Do you think it's fear with them?
I reckon there's people in the Premier League, especially if you're down there and you're having a hard time. We're all built different. We're all wired differently. There will be probably people that go out on that pitch and think they're worrying. Don't make a mistake here. And that affects your game.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this on the pod before, right? Where you look at Tottenham fans have probably thought to themselves, we've got Romero, we've got Van der Ven, we've got Solanke.
On paper,
kudos, we've got great players, right? But what you don't understand, what people maybe don't understand is, right, we've all been footballers, right? Think of yourself when you're at your highest confidence and how you performed, and then think of yourself when you're at the lowest confidence, right? Two different players, right? So the whole Tottenham squad is low on confidence. So the leader's critical. The first thing you have to do...
Who are the leaders? Or do the leaders keep on getting sent off?
Yeah, that's true. But
Romero.
But I'm talking, all right, the ultimate leader, whoever the manager is, he has to come and give confidence to the players, right? And that's but they have to buy into him. They have to believe in the manager coming in to go, right, whoever it may be, and there's talk at the moment before we go to him.
You've got to make them, haven't you? When I look at, like, you might have had more managers than me, but two managers, or maybe three that stand out, probably four actually. You had Hoddle, Mourinho, Strachan and Gus Poyet.
Right.
They just had something about them.
Yeah.
Gus Poyet,
yeah.
You love Gus Poyet.
I loved him. He was brilliant, tactically brilliant. But they had a way of getting it across. And do you know, you had that feeling when Mourinho come in. No, you've got to be on it here.
Yeah.
On it. Same with Glenn Hoddle. Motivational, but just like, I don't know if it's putting pressure on you, but it's just, they were on you, and the training had to be good. Do you know what I mean? And the way they got their message across, they were all very different.
Yeah.
But I come across some managers and I think to myself, how are you even a manager?
How was the training with these managers? How was the training? Was training more intense than other managers that you've had?
Gordon Strachan training was intense. We were super fit. I say Mourinho was just training as intense.
Yeah.
And very demanding. If it was ever slack, I think it was on your case. Hoddle training was just brilliant, but tactically, I just thought he was way ahead. Like it was like Mourinho, tactically very good. I'd just say Hoddle was just way ahead of his time.
So like when you're talking about a dogfight in the relegation battle, out of all those managers you've named, who would you have? Like in the situation Spurs are in now,
I think you could take any of them.
Yeah,
I think.
Do they bring different qualities?
Okay, here's a better question for you then, right? So I agree with you. We've all been relegated, right? and I've also had relegation battles which we've won. And I'm looking at the names on the list now. So you've got Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, Sean Dyche, and De Zerbi. De Zerbi's the favourite. So, right, Harry Redknapp, I spoke to him the other day. He's 78 years of age, but he looked fresh as... when I was chatting
with
to him
the other day as well.
When I was chatting to him, we was talking about old times, right? This is how much his brain works. He remembered youth team games I played that I didn't remember. So he's sharp as a tack carry still. Forget the fact he's been in the jungle eating bugs and all that. He probably could still go in
probably
there.
Helped him.
Protein.
Yeah.
Glenn Hoddle the same. I worked with Glenn.
Hoddle 100%.
Glenn had obviously his heart condition.
Yeah.
But Glenn, when he talks and visualises football, and plus with Glenn, he, like Harry, they both know the club inside out. They know the fans. And don't underestimate that, because every club has got a relationship between the fans and the team. You know, we've all played for West Ham, and that's a very unique relationship between the fans. And so we wouldn't understand going in what's needed. So Igor Tudor coming to Tottenham, no idea of what the fans expected. Played a certain way. Fans went, we don't like this straight, and it didn't work.
And the players as well.
And the players, right? So them two there. Robbie Keane, the same, but Robbie Keane's on the other end of the spectrum. He's at the start of his managerial career. He's 45. He's won 2 league titles. And he's bubbly, and he's, you know, full of energy. He's like... And then Sean Dyche, he is the old hand. So any of them options are good. Now, I think De Zerbi, who's the actual favourite, I think he's the one where you look at...
He's a wild card.
Although he's probably the most, reputation-wise, the most talented of all of them at the moment, I think he doesn't know the club.
It's a risk. He does know the club. He's been in the Premier League. He knows the club.
Yeah, but not like in the same... Not for as long as the others, right? So I think he plays a brand of football which...
Yeah, he needs to just get a result out of these boys. And the brand of football at this stage is not important.
Right.
Yeah? So I think he is a good man, a very good manager that will come in and say, listen, we just need to win games.
Yeah.
So the brand of football is out the window at this stage. I think for anyone.
Yeah.
It's not about brand of football when you're trying to save your career. You're not your career, the status of Premier League football. So I think what will happen if De Zerbi does come in, he'll say, listen, if we get relegated, I want a pay rise. This is actually a job that's going to damage my status if we do get relegated, because we're on the downhill slope. So what are we actually working towards here? So he's going to have to. But if they want him now, So if he does save the season, he's going to get a bumper contract. And is that good for Spurs in the long run? Like having him as a beacon of light. Because next season, if they do say that he's going to have to spend money because he's not going to want some of those players.
Yeah,
he's going to be on big wedge because he saved them as well.
Yeah,
so it's going to be they're going to be in a dilemma anyway. I think.
All right. Okay. All right.
I think they're going to be in a dilemma.
Right. Put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
I ain't got one either.
No, mate. I don't
I'll try and put one on.
I don't think the fans have got one anymore. They've taken it off.
Okay, go on then. I'll put my Tottenham hat on. What you got?
No one's got a Tottenham hat on. I've never heard of a Tottenham hat.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. But seriously, if you was on the board at Tottenham, what would you do now? They got 7 games to go. Is it 7 games to go?
What would you do? To save the season?
Save the season. And
I'll take him down the pub. Yeah. I'll take him down the pub. Team bonding, mate.
Mate, that didn't work at West Ham when we were there.
That's because
there's 2 people ended up having a fight.
Did they?
We went down.
Yeah, we did.
Who had a fight?
We went down.
Who was the ones that had a fight?
I can't remember. I think wasn't it?
I was just drunk and disorderly.
Someone else.
I was drunk and disorderly. That was. But
a bit of team bonding. It just ended up in a row.
Ended up in a brawl. And sometimes you need a brawl.
Yeah, sometimes
that just showed you that we're going down. After that Might.
Lads, it was cab home like that. It was done, lads.
This didn't work, did it? But if you get it early enough and you got a few characters in that dressing room, I think you can always save a season on a night out on the lash. I think you can.
Yeah, but can I say as well?
But these boys nowadays are not doing it.
I know, but so people go, that might be old school thinking, right? But listen, it's not old school because men bond. Sometimes there's barriers, so you have a few drinks and you lighten up, and you can sometimes say a few things,
jokes,
relax, and then you. That's how men do it. Do you know what I mean?
But it's very hard to get people to bond when you just don't like each other.
Yeah, that's true.
It didn't help when people were bringing out their wives on the team night out. That's what happened.
Really?
They're bringing out their wives.
Yes, unacceptable.
Unacceptable behaviour. So obviously,
my wife's coming to this podcast in a minute.
So, this is men's only. Men's only. When it's like that. But look, I think the bonding thing. I've done a lot of bonding in my life, mate.
I've seen it work at Southampton.
You know what I mean? I know how it looks. I know what it's supposed to look like.
When you're down there, you've got to have everyone in that team ready to fight.
Yeah.
You've got to have that fight mentality, give everything for each other.
And what people don't understand is when you're in a relegation fight and you're playing football, right? Because for all intents and purposes, most people are not as lucky as we are to have played professional football, right? And when you play, you could play a Premier League game, day 5, sun's out, crowd's okay, no pressure. Day 35, when you need to win, and everyone at the club's job's on the line. The fans, like, they're angry with you because they pay their money, and then you've got to go out there and perform to your level with players that you think have let you down, or so all of that emotional stuff comes together. So you're right. You need to find a way. You need to find a way to come together and play under that pressure, and that's why I think Spurs will struggle, because I don't think they have no idea what they're coming in for.
No, but Coley, look at this though. They was in this last season as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. They mastered it with the European Cup.
Yeah.
But they was in this last season and they've not improved in the Premier League since. So what's that telling you? You know what I mean? Like,
it's a pattern.
It's a pattern. So you can look at all the managers. You've got to start looking at the players. The players are the ones that are like... They're the ones that are getting used to this lifestyle. They're getting used to this lifestyle, being right at the bottom and fighting for their lives. And the thing about it, on top of that, why are they there? Look, how much does that squad cost? They've got no business being down there. You know, they've got no. So it hasn't been addressed last season. All you thought it was the manager's fault. Nah, you got to start looking at the players.
Yeah.
You've had it where a manager's been parachuted in at West Ham. What's that actually like?
Well, when Trevor Brooking come in, it come in off the back because Glenn Roeder had, bless him, he had the brain injury, didn't he? And he collapsed. So I got the phone call. I was captain. I got the phone call. We just lost a terrible game at home, and I was actually in Romford and I was having a bit of dinner. I was with, I think I was with my mum and dad. I was having a bit of dinner, and then Glenn's not well. Blah, blah, blah. And then you think, just hope he's... Then first of all, you go with the family and hope he's all right and everything. Then the next day, it was one of them. They had no option. So Trevor was working with a board. So Trevor we'd never seen at the training ground. So then all of a sudden, I went into his office as captain, and we had a half an hour chat about what's wrong. What does he think? What does I think? And remember, I'm 21 at the time. So I'm like, it's all new. So you're just...
It's mad to do it at that age.
At that age, really. Yeah. So, So we had an honest conversation, and sort of Paolo was coming back from injury, and he's like, I'm bringing Paolo back in the team. And I was like, well, that's great, but like Paolo was a great player, great legend at West Ham, but he wasn't like someone you could go. He was
depend on
because. And because he's a genius, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes he'd win us games out of nothing, but and then so we Trevor come in,
a maverick, wasn't he? Proper maverick.
Yeah, and he brought Paolo back into there's a lot of pressure on Glenn, and the lads love Glenn and they'd fight for Glenn, right? But there was probably a subset of players that probably weren't happy, like any relegation battle, right? So Trev come in, and Trev's very inoffensive. He was a great player at West Ham, one of the all-time greats, for England as well. And I think what he'd done really well, and it was complete new for him. So 21-year-old captain, as much as he's a legend, he'd never managed. So the coaches we simplified everything. I think Glenn's injuries, illness, situation brought us all together because we're like, come on, guys, come on, we've got to do this. And we went on and won. I think it was 4 out of 6 or something, and we got to 42 points. We went down. And nobody's gone down on that. So what Trev done, him, but also because the fact of what happened to Glenn, when it becomes life rather than football, it brings you all together. And I just remember thinking, right, I've always give everything to the team whenever I played, but I was like, put myself completely to the side.
Yeah.
And I was like, I need to just... And you give everything, and eventually it didn't work. We went down.
What players are doing that for
at Spurs? Well, I
can see it at West Ham now.
I'll tell you
some
one
of the
player.
boys are playing out of their skin. You got to look at it. So I look at Spurs, and I don't see that. That bond, that grit, that I will die for you. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you can say, they're playing. At least at West Ham, they're saying, at least they're playing for the manager.
Yeah.
You can't say that Spurs, so there's a void there.
Do you know what Harry Redknapp's a genius, right? When he said if he took the job at Spurs, he said first thing he'd do is make Archie Gray captain.
He's a player as well.
Yeah. Absolute player. And he's the only one, not the only one I've seen with Tottenham that's at it all the time, giving himself. And he's, 20? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, listen, we move on, but whoever comes in at Tottenham's got to find a way of just...
Getting that team together.
Getting it together. Right, let's fast forward to the summer, boys. Right, England, it's June the 17th, the sun's shining, Bridgie's by the pool with his Speedos on.
The rum and coke.
Colton's rum and coke.
Rum and ginger, mate. Rum and ginger.
Yeah. Colton's relaxing with a spicy margarita.
Yeah, in the pool.
And I'm
my rubber dinghy.
And I'm lavering up my flaphead.
Yeah, okay.
Mate, you can't dive, though.
So, what about when Sam Palmer's house?
We need to
get Sam Palmer's house.
Carlton learning to dive.
Mate, it's
Carlton
diabolical. Diabolical. I've made a fool of myself. Anyway.
Go on, back to England.
Right, back to England. But we're in Dallas and we're England and we're about to face Croatia.
Yeah.
Right. This is not a question of who do you think Thomas Tuchel will play.
This
question is who would you play? You can take as long as you like. You could just name 11 or say how you would play.
Goalie. What are we going? Pickford?
Yeah, Pickford. Yeah. He's tried and tested, not let the country down.
Pickford. But what I would say is...
Trafford.
I think this will be Pickford's last tournament. Yeah. Because I watched Trafford in that cup final. All right, okay, all right.
Yeah. But you want to shoehorn Trafford in?
Yeah.
No,
Just say that, mate.
Yeah.
He looks good. He looks great.
I reckon if you was Gaffer now, if you was Gaffer, you would pick.
Would you
Trafford.
chuck him in?
You chuck him in.
I don't know. You'd have to be around him more.
I'd have to be around him more. But I think Pickford's brilliant, right? And I think he's getting on a bit.
No, he ain't.
No. I think he's brilliant, right?
Mate,
but I just think
goalkeepers don't get on a bit.
I've been more
longevity.
I've not been as excited about an English goalkeeper since I've seen Trafford. He looks so calm.
You know what you're like, right? Do you know what you're like?
Go on.
You're the guy. The night before Christmas, you already opened the presents. You're impatient, bro. Just chill out, man. You don't want to.
All right, we're going to Pickford.
I saw you put Dowman in your squad to go.
No, that was me.
No, he did.
Oh, was that you?
To be fair, right, when we did that, right, when you asked us on and off the plane, I looked at this yesterday trying to name a squad, and I was thinking, if we're going from Ed, I'm so happy I'm the England manager. Not that I ever would be. But it's a headache, mate.
Wait till you see how much they pay him.
It's a headache. All right, yeah. All right, I need to do my badges first. But it's a headache.
I reckon you'd be a good manager.
It's a headache. Oh, yeah, I'll be really good.
Yeah, I know you'd be good.
Just be shouting at the referee.
It's hard, even speaking 11.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's hard, mate, but that's what we're doing.
All right, we're doing it. I'm going to go.
To be a good manager, you got to shout at the referee, and you're very good at it.
Yeah. Right, I was back four. I'll go James, Gahey, Konza, O'Reilly, left back.
Oh, yeah.
So James, Gahey.
That could change tomorrow.
Konza, so they're two left-sided.
All right. So.
Bit lopsided, isn't it?
No, that'd be fine.
Where's the back? We've got players.
All right, who'd you put in? Harry?
Nah.
Who?
I don't know yet.
Yeah,
we haven't got to me yet. We haven't got to me yet.
Stick with me. All right,
stick with you.
That's what I've gone
you
for.
Might say something.
I could change my mind for it. That's what I've gone for. Riley.
Okay.
At that precise moment in time, yeah.
What formation are you going to play?
Well, forward at back because there's four defenders there. Yeah.
Mate, he's looking at me like I'm the old Bill, interrogating him. Just tell me.
After the back four is just a complete headache.
Right, okay.
Like, sometimes I think I'd play just one holding.
Right.
Sometimes two, but
First game at the World Cup. So think about that's the mentality you've got to be in.
I know, but I'm also a little bit like, I like us to have a go. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I think we're playing really well and then we sit back and don't have a go. But I put in Anderson and Rice.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Physical, strong. Yeah.
Chuck Jude in there.
Yeah, it's a powerful midfield.
Yeah. Then, obviously, Kane up front.
Yeah.
And 2 wingers. Honestly, that's just headache.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Like 1 minute I think Gordon,
Yeah.
Rashford.
Yeah.
Next I'm thinking Palmer, Saka. As you know, you've got to go on form.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Well, you won't go
and then
Saka
I'm leaving
for form.
Foden out for. No, that's what I mean. You wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, and I love Palmer as a player, and I think
You
he
won't go on
plays
Palmer
with
either.
that. Well, this is my team, not yours, mate.
Yeah, stop
picking holes
criticising
in it
him.
already.
Do you know what I mean?
Picking
I
holes
can't
in it.
wait till you pick your team.
Go on.
Right. So, or you can go Gordon and Rashford. I just think they're both dangerous, quick.
Rashford was unbelievable the other night.
Yeah, really like him. So it's hard. I'm going Palmer, and then I think I'm going Rashford.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I could change my mind tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. I like what you did. Obviously,
And Kane up front,
All right, okay.
obviously.
If you could, you're England manager, right? There's a knock on your door. The doctor's knocking on your door 9 o'clock before the first game, right? And he's gone, Gaffer. He's going to tell you one player's ill, they can't play tomorrow. Who's the most important player for England? Because that happens, and you've got to adjust.
Kane.
Okay.
But he's not injured.
I said, give him some cowpole. Get him live.
Mate, he plays for
Running a high fever.
It's
running a high fever.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. That's interesting.
That's a good team.
The people.
It's all right team.
Yeah.
Coley?
Yeah, so I saw it the other night, and I'm going, do you know what? I'm going to go Trent.
Yeah.
At right back. Pickford in goal, obviously.
Yeah.
Trent at right back, because I just felt, I saw it the other night against Uruguay, and I thought, do you know what I mean? We're missing someone that could flip in, put a ball in on a sixpence for a striker or a winger. Spread play, switch play. The one time we switch play, the one time in the game.
Sorry, what are you hand up for?
I was maybe Stones, you know.
That's what I've just got. So don't wait, trying to steal mine.
I've got Stones.
Ah, see.
What do you mean you didn't say anything?
Well, let me. Why you put your hands up and
by the way,
protected?
he's only just wrote down Stones.
I was about to say it. I was about. You didn't even let me get there.
I'm just saying.
No, it's bang out of order. That
bang out of order. I said it before you even said it.
You put 2 left footers in there.
Don't start.
Go on, Stones.
So I've gone, all right, Trent, because we needed that guy, but then I want to go with Stones.
Right, okay.
Because Stones as well, Bridgie, can play a multitude of positions.
Good word as well.
Yeah, but he's playing centre-back.
No, in this he is, but he can play.
Yeah,
so if you want to change formation, you can go free.
You can go into midfield.
You can go into midfield.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So Trent, Stones, Gahey.
Right.
And the left side...
He's going to go Hall.
I like Hall, mate.
Yeah, okay.
I like Hall. I think he bombs on.
Mm.
I think he could get into any Premier League team.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's got a massive future in front of him. So I'm going to go Lewis Hall.
Okay, good.
He's ex-Chelsea as well.
Yeah.
He's a good lad.
Yeah. Another one I've coached.
Yeah.
Only about 3 times.
He's been in the Joe Cole school, Academy.
I'm just listen.
All right. Yeah. So then I'm going to go protected. I'm going to go Rice.
Yeah.
His first name in that midfield.
Yeah.
Now, this is the player that goes next to him is going to be very, very important for England. Because it'll give him either license to go forward or license
give license
just to
Rice
patrol.
to go forward.
Yeah. And I want him to go forward.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I'll probably go. I know this might be controversial.
Go on.
Because I saw him the other night and I thought he was brilliant. I'm going to go Ghana.
Wow.
For me, he's going to be coming in there fresh.
Yeah.
Wanting to improve. I heard Tuchel talking about him, saying, well, he's got a few things to learn.
Yeah.
But he looks like a good player. He's going to play with no fear in there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a wild card, Coley.
It is a wild card. Yeah. And I know that people will probably batter me, but I like Ghana. And everyone's going to go Wharton or Anderson. Or I'm going to go Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just in front of them, Bellingham. You've got to go Bellingham.
Yeah.
But I would have, if he's injured, I'm going Eze.
Right, okay.
In that. Then I'm going to go on the right side. I was going to wear my West Ham hat on, put my West Ham hat on and go with Bowen. Right. Just because everyone's talking about all these other players. He's not in form, Cole Palmer, blah.
Yeah.
Bowen, you know what you're getting.
Yeah,
He's done something the other day. The ball got switched to him.
Yeah, I remember.
Takes it on his chest, bang, straight down, right onto the defender. Defender didn't know what he was doing, didn't know where he was, and whips a ball in. And that's where I want Harry Kane to be finishing his dinner. Do you know what I mean? Straightforward.
Yeah.
All of this, getting the ball, coaxing it, then cutting outside, cutting inside to condense the space inside when really you want your winger to go down the wing and cross the ball. Like, I'm an old school, I'm an old-fashioned centre forward, and that's what Solanke, that's what Calvert-Lewin was missing. Calvert-Lewin got one cross in. I do remember there was one cross that he received and he missed the header. It's only Cole Palmer came on. Cole Palmer came on, gave him a good ball. So I want to see more of that because it's more direct for me. So I'm going to go Bellet. So I'm going to go. Saying all of that, I bigged up my boy.
Yeah.
No, he's not playing.
But he's not playing. He's not playing.
He's going though.
But yeah,
he's going.
He's definitely going.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go.
I think it's one of the hardest positions to choose. Actually.
Yeah.
I'm going.
We've got options. We've got
loads of options.
Noni Madueke.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know people are going to say, "Oh, how can you do that?" He's not first choice for Arsenal. Saka is, but I think in this team he will complement Harry Kane really well because Harry Kane likes to drop in into midfield. Bellingham likes to push on as well.
Yeah.
Rice will be going there as well. So Noni, there'll be cutbacks. Because he's great at that. He'll get into the line. And I know his final ball ain't great, but I think he'll be good with the cutback.
Right.
Because Tuchel will get the best out of him. And I know Tuchel loves him.
Yeah.
Noni
He does. He's direct, isn't he?
He's direct. And on the other side, I'm going with Rashford.
Right, okay.
I'm going with Rashford because he was outstanding the other night. I just looked at him and he just felt, this is a game that I can impress in. I remember there's one run he done.
I saw it.
And he just took on about 4 players. Who does that?
Yeah.
It reminded, But the only thing with Rashford as well, again, on that side, is the final ball into the box. If they can get those two right, because Harry Kane's going to be coming deep, you need your other players going that way.
Yeah.
So they got to be the 2 strikers that are going running behind because Harry Kane's going to condense the midfield.
Well, that's what he does at Bayern Munich, right?
And
Harry Kane drops in
and then Bellingham will go in there,
along
with somebody else, on Noni Madueke on the other side or Rashford from the other side. Go and get your tap-ins. Go and get your far post tap-ins. That's what football can be easy if you look at it. If I think Tuchel knows that as well.
Yeah.
That's why he's going to be looking at probably Noni and Rashford. If Saka don't want to go that way, if Anthony Gordon's another one, that can go that way too. So he's going to have options. He's going to have options.
So and the same question I asked Bridgie: if the doctor's knocking on your door and says, "Who's the last person you wanted to tell you's got a fever, he can't play in the first game? Who's the most important player for England?" I'm
going with Rice.
Yeah,
I'm going with Rice. I think Rice patrols that midfield. He can go front. He can go forward. He can defend the lead. A confident Rice, that is.
Yeah.
And this back end of the season is going to show how good he actually is, where he's going to be having to defend for his life as well as going forward and scoring, contributing in goals for the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So this will be good pressure for him to take into the tournament.
Good.
What about you, Coley?
Right, my team, I'm going to go with Pickford in goal, Reece James, John Stones, Mark Gurhey.
Yeah.
You have to have experience. Well, John Stones is massively experienced. I would like him to have played more games of football between now. And you always have the element of him because he's breaking down.
But he's fresh.
Right? And he knows what he's doing. And I think just straight away will give us that experience. At left back, I do like Hall, but I'm going to go with O'Reilly.
Ooh.
Same, because, listen, Bridges a left back. He knows what he's looking at. And I think he gives us that penetration down the left-hand channel.
What do you think of that, O'Reilly at left back?
Well, I like him. Look, it's really on it because he plays in a City team.
And he doesn't even play left back all the time.
I don't. Do people understand how hard it is to go and play in a few teams, to go and play from English?
The contrast is clear.
All the relationships.
Tell me how that was for you when you done that. Like, obviously, when you, right. Yeah, but you was very, very good. But for a player that probably hasn't got that experience and is young, how would they approach?
I just think it's very
contrast-wise from playing club football to that left-back position for England.
One, he's played a lot of different positions for City. They're always kind of moving around and keeping the ball a lot. Whereas obviously when I was playing at Southampton or at Chelsea, it was very much like
regimented.
Give it to the winger, you know. But obviously then up and down.
And you had
football's just very different now.
Yeah, it's very different.
It's played very different. So
very, very different. Yeah. Declan Rice in the midfield. And I'll do Declan Rice, and I'm going to go with Elliot Anderson next to him.
Yeah,
because I think the reason I do that is because Declan, I would have Declan as a more deeper than he plays at Arsenal, and there's a big push for him to be playing, but we're so strong in that position.
I don't get that.
No, just let him. I would make Declan. I'd say to Declan, you are the most crucial player on the pitch. You are an experienced player. You have to marshal that. Elliot Anderson's coming into you as a youngster. Elliot Anderson's got all of the legs. He's got all the legs, right? And I think if England win this World Cup, we're going to have to win it a little bit, and we have to be really good off the ball and protect the back four. So them two will be sitting there. I'll have Bellingham as the 10, but Bellingham, listen, if he ain't performing, I could quite easily change that to an Eze. I'll have Palmer coming in off the right, like he's been doing at Chelsea, releasing him up. So you'll have Palmer coming in off the right with Bellingham, like playing like a 2-10s effectively. Mate, think about the middle of the park. Then you've got Elliot Anderson, Declan Rice, Palmer, and Bellingham. It's got power. It's got ability, goals everywhere. And on the left, I'll start with Anthony Gordon over Rashford. And the reason I'll start with him is because I think he scores goals, he's a warrior, and he's one of them, Bridgie. I think if I'm playing next to him, whatever the game's going to be, he's going to be at it, and he presses really well, and he's got legs that run in behind. So Harry Kane dropping off, I'd allow O'Reilly to push on as well, so you get sort of as much as you can because you've got two holding midfielders. Reece James on the other side to give us width. So it's going to look... I think we can control possession, and I think we'll win the World Cup.
Ours was basically...
You sound like every fan.
Ours was basically the same.
Every tournament.
Yeah.
We're going to win the Euros.
Mate,
win the World Cup.
Wait till we get there.
You're so fickle.
Wait till we get there.
Ours was basically the same, but I think I did choose Rashford. But Gordon, do you reckon Gordon, because of O'Reilly, helps him more in terms of covering him if he's bombing forward and stuff?
You know what it's like playing for England, Bridgie, at tournaments, right? And you would have seen some players who just can't handle the pressure, right?
Yeah.
Gordon ain't one of them. Gordon's like... And this is I'm saying this in the nicest way.
He's Larry.
He's Larry. He's got a bit of swagger about him. He don't care. I like the fact he called out Shearer and Rooney. Was it Shearer and Rooney on Match of the Day? I like that. If I say something that some player don't like, call me out. Do you know what I mean? Like, so he's got a bit about him. He's a Scouse kid. I think he'll go to the World Cup and he'll puff his chest out like he's done in the. He's turned up in the Champions League for the first time. Got what, 9 goals, 10 goals. Like he don't. The occasion will not get to him, and that is crucial as an England.
Do you reckon the manager goes anywhere near those teams we've named?
I think he might be. I think Elliot Anderson plays. I think Elliot Anderson is the one, right? Because in previous regimes, this is another question. In previous regimes, England managers have picked the best players. I think Thomas Tuchel's going, I'm picking what I think the best team, and I think Elliot Anderson might not be the best player, but he could play more at this World Cup than Cole Palmer, than Phil Foden, than Eze. And I don't think he's as talented as a footballer as them, but I think what he does is he brings the balance of the group together. And that's why I picked him. And I think that's probably why you picked him as well.
Yeah.
Well, lads, do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not you.
Well, we've recorded this on a Monday, so let's see what comes out. When the game's on this week. But listen, I really think he'll go with my team,
Yeah, do you reckon?
Yeah. If he's got any sense. Oh yeah, that's true. There's no Arsenal player. So what's going on with that? What's happening with the Arsenal lot? All omitting themselves from international duty. Is that allowed?
Let's read it out here. So we've got...
No, we need to address this.
Yeah, we do need to address this. Like, we're going to call this out on the pod here, right?
Yeah.
So Eze, Saka, Rice, Saliba, Gabriel, Zubimendi, Timber, Trossard, Madueke, Hincapié.
That's it. They're out for the season.
Tony Adams, Steve Morrow, Nigel Winterburn. Everyone's injured.
Everyone's out, mate. Everyone's out.
Come on, like, if you're going to do a move, Arteta, like, don't strong it.
You know the worst thing about it was I feel like...
Just like... You know that's a...
What are we doing it?
But they put more pressure on themselves now. Because I think the league's done, right?
Yeah.
I think the league's done. But if they throw it away after doing that, it looks even worse.
Wow. Mate, it makes me sick, actually.
Their next game for me is Bournemouth, right?
Yeah.
They've upset them a few times, mate.
Yeah. You've said
I don't think it'll happen, but they've upset them
they've got
a few
Southampton
times.
before, haven't they?
They've got
in the
Southampton
FA
before
Cup.
in the Cup, but in terms of the league, Bournemouth have upset them
What's
a
the
few
chances
times.
of all of them being okay for the Premier League
I
game?
think we know they're all right, don't we?
Right? Do you reckon?
We know they're all
But
right.
I think maybe they're.
How many of them streaks really injured?
I reckon they all are.
No,
Coley, what are you talking rubbish?
It has to get passed by the medical team.
No, do you know what they'll have? He'll have a tight calf.
It'll be a tight calf, back.
A tight hamstring.
There's negotiation.
Or
all
I'm
these
tired.
negotiating. That's a good thing for people listening. You know, in situations like this, we've seen it in our era when players, because you're constantly carrying a knock, right? This is a bigger conversation. You're constantly carrying a knock, and you see an England friendly, and some of them players like Declan knows he's going to the World Cup. Saka knows he's going to the World Cup, right? They're thinking so many important games. So I understand it, right? I understand it from
You've got a little niggle.
You've got a little niggle, like, and then you could, but you could play. You could play, but you're trying to freshen yourselves up. But when it's that many people, Alex Ferguson used to do it.
Yeah, he used to do it. Stories all the time.
What I would say is, I don't think at Chelsea, a manager's ever spoke to any of us. No. I never heard it. Certainly not with me. But I never, even with John and Frank and like, you can't play for England. It's like, go with England. It was always like, it's a privilege and it's an honour and a privilege to play for your country.
Where they go, you don't have to play a whole game. Play half a game.
Say that. But Ben White stayed behind in the English squad. Do you think it's because he has to? Because he's trying to work himself back into it?
Ben White's played 5 or 6 games. But that's another conversation.
He needs the games.
That's another conversation. We'll get onto that. But I just want to stick with this now because, right, you know, I just think it's not, you know, if how many people are at Wembley, you know, the other night to watch? You want to see the England team.
That's another question. That's another question I've got for you. Like, all right, so you're a punter.
Yeah.
You go to the England game. You're taking your daughter, your son, first ever game.
Yeah.
They want to see the big stars. That team that started the other night, and you paid all right $1 for it. You paid for your tickets. That team that started the other night, are those are players that you've gone to see?
No.
Or are you going to be a little bit disappointed not seeing the core of the team at least?
Yeah.
And do you think that game was a missed opportunity to see whether some of those players that are fringe players, you'd say, that started that game, they could have seen like some of the boys that have gone home, the core of the team. What do you think that was not a missed opportunity for some of the fringe players to see how they can gel with the core of the team? Do you know what I mean? Because you want to get that rhythm going.
I think. No, I agree with you. I think it was a missed opportunity. I think you're looking at it from Thomas Tuchel's perspective, right? And he's gone, right, I've got these 2 games sandwiched in the most crucial period. Clearly, the Arsenal players and other players have got other things bigger than these games. The World Cup's it's on the horizon, but it's far away. They've got Champions League, FA Cup.
But what's bigger? Getting the team ready for the World Cup because it's coming up, or looking after a football club that's got big games.
Okay, that's for me. If I'm England manager, that's the last thing on my list. Okay. The relationships with a football club. Yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, if I'm England manager, I'm looking at the numbers of minutes, and I think Thomas Tuchel alluded to this in his press conference. He said, this player's played 3,000 minutes, this player's... So he's like, they don't need to play, but let's get them together. Maybe during that period, you get them together, you can talk about set pieces. You can maybe have a day, this is at the World Cup, we're going to do this type of set piece. You connect with the players, bring them all together. But I'm not massively... Look, these friendlies at this period of time...
risky.
I don't know what the risk reward for the manager playing the starting 11. Maybe I'd have gone, right, for 45 minutes, I'm going to play my starting 11, which I'm thinking about playing against Croatia. And then you go home. I'm going to have a look at a few other players. Maybe that.
That's what I thought would have happened. The first game, just the first game.
Yeah.
And then, but maybe because Uruguay brought out a strong squad.
Yeah, but
I think they probably thought that we was going to have a strong squad for the but then they must have seen the list of who's available. Yeah. But they still brought out a strong squad. Do you know what I mean? So I look at it as that was a missed opportunity for players to get gelled in with the core players.
Yeah. Right, another story coming out of the England game was Ben White coming back into it after pulling out of the England squad in the World Cup.
Oh no, it's crazy.
So he's not played for England for a long time. He's only played 5 or 6, 7 games. He had an interesting night, Bridgie. Scored the goal, conceded the penalty, got booed by England fans. When
he scored.
What do you make of Ben White's, first of all, his decision?
Why did he pull out?
Well, from what we understand,
do we know?
Not fully.
Not fully.
It's not been addressed.
We don't know.
But that's half the problem, because he's not come out and addressed it. But what we do know, the facts is, he went to the World Cup. An incident happened. He felt something's happened, and he's left the England squad and not.
So he's left, or there's an agreement that he's left.
No, I think he left.
I don't know. We actually really know. So I find it really hard to make a comment, because what we're doing, reading what someone's wrote in the press. I don't think we actually really know what happened. But I'm like, anyone who gets booed in an England shirt, I just find it really hard to swallow, because I think in different ways. I think a lot of stuff that I've seen players go through, and I think players are strong enough to take it, but everyone has a family, everyone has a mum and dad, everyone's got, and it affects everyone. And when we don't really know the ins and outs of what happened, I just don't. And he's got an England shirt at the end, and he's playing football.
All right, then I'll flip.
So get behind him.
Okay, all right, that's a fair point. And what do you make of it?
I just think the PR could have been a lot better for him, to cover him and to try and half explain to the fans what's happened. He's walked away. It looks like he's walked away from an England.
No, he has walked away from England.
Well, and then on top, so the PR has to be better from England, from the FA.
Yeah,
from the FA and from his camp as well.
A lot of people, I remember a lot of people were a little bit like, oh, so what, he ain't playing anyway?
Yeah, I know, but it's still an opportunity. You're at a World Cup. I
just don't know the ins and outs why
exactly.
Left.
So make it, do the
I
PR
wouldn't
for
walk
it.
away. I wouldn't just walk away.
Do the PR for it then.
Walk away that I wasn't playing. I think that's very difficult to do.
The PR for it.
I think that's very
difficult. You can spin something off. We see lies every day.
Coming to an agreement.
Yeah, but why does it have to be lies? There could be first of all,
then you won't get booed.
It's an honour and a I might have Bridgie's stance, nobody should listen in a nice, kind, beautiful world. Nobody will get booed playing for England, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, right? It's an honour and a privilege to play for your country. And people,
if you're a patriot,
if you love England, you pay your money to go and watch. These people they work to go and follow England around the world, right? And if what they feel from Ben White is that
I get why they feel it.
You get why they feel it, right?
I get why they feel it.
Listen, I've been booed. We've all been booed by fans, right? It ain't nice, yeah? But I tell you what, the flip side of being a footballer is you wouldn't change it. You wouldn't
I wouldn't leave. I'd stay. And I would be next. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. Yeah. You never know when you're going to be needed. I would never walk away. Right.
From your teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't really know what's happened.
Yeah. And that's a fair stance.
No one knows.
That's a fair.
Something really bad would have had to happen.
So why don't he come out and go, this is what was said, and this is why I've come out, and then everyone go, fair. If it was a bad, everyone would go, fair enough, mate.
But the other flip side to that is people are saying, why should he come out?
Has stuff ever happened to you and you just don't come out and say it?
Because it
really matter.
No, because you're playing for your country. This is international. This is your country. This is patriotic.
Yeah.
This is supposed to mean everything to you, not just the people that pay you, your football club, but this is a privilege to go out there and play for your country and be noticed by everyone that I'm at a World Cup and we can go all the way here.
Yeah.
And whether you are playing or not, whether you feel that you want to be part, I don't say the fans are owed an explanation. I just think the PR could have spun it differently. And to protect the player, protect the FA, just spin something. Like, it could be a lie, it could be anything.
No, you can't lie. You can't lie.
Yeah, but whatever it was,
just say because it's open. Like, we had this conversation the other day. We're talking about Chelsea when it was like Chelsea was spitting a dummy out about the team being like football and communications, the team being for the Paris game being in the papers, right? Every team information gets out, right? Football's a community thing, particularly England. We all played for England, we cherished it, right? And it's every fan's dream, and ultimately football is. You have to have that. You have to. If I'm an England fan, which we could have all never played football and been an England fan, right? And imagine you're sitting there and you're paying to watch England, and then one of the players just decides something's happened, and he's leaving the England camp, right? And he's not telling everyone. Yes, he doesn't owe anyone an explanation, but I think he should come out and go, right.
But he hasn't said anything. That's the worst thing as well.
Because he could have gone, if he comes, and I'm all for forgiveness, if he comes out and goes, you know what, I was in my early 20s, I was missing home, I was a bit emotional, it wasn't that bad what was said to me, and I regret it, I'd be like, come back into the fold. So, do you know what I mean?
But you just don't know what's happened.
What was said?
I remember.
And if it was that, and if it was a dreadful thing that was said to him.
No one knows if it was anything said.
You just don't know what happened. I just don't know. I remember being there and you're at a tournament.
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee.
Yeah.
Because it was like, you play.
Yeah.
And then everyone who's on the bench doesn't. Next day, recovery day, getting an ice bath and going walk around a swimming pool. Yeah. But we're a team, we're going to stay together. Mate, I don't want to get an ice bath.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything yesterday. Can't we just go and train?
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee. Yeah. And the next game, we all went and trained. The ones that didn't play went and trained and got something out of it.
Yeah.
So otherwise, you want to do something.
Yeah, I remember.
But you just don't know what's gone on there. But to walk away, I don't agree with walking away, but I just don't. I feel like something must have happened.
Bad.
Something bad must have happened, but you just don't know.
It probably wasn't that bad. That's why no one's saying it.
But I'm like, everyone, he's being booed for just walking away, and I don't know if that's what's happened.
And the thing about this and all, I think the only person that brings him back into the fold would be a foreign manager. Honestly,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that's why Tuchel's there, because he doesn't take it that serious. He's like, nah. Because he's not patriotic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but he's looking at business first.
Yeah.
Because he's got a job to do. But patriotic manager would be like, no, he walked away from England, so he ain't coming back in. So I think he's lucky that Tuchel's come in and is not looking at that part of what has happened.
Yeah, I'm not being militant with it. I get
what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean? If he wants to, but I'm just thinking of it pragmatically. If he's not explained,
he doesn't have to explain Coley. That's what I'm saying. I just said the PR has to be better to protect him so he can come back in. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there's been no if I'm an England fan, so you've already got your back.
So we're set up as conspiracies now.
No.
You can say something.
No, I'm going on factual. Something's happened. He's walked out an England squad, and I'm just saying.
But do you know that for full fact?
Yeah, we know something happened. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know what's happened? It could be anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not saying. I've heard what I think has happened.
See what I'm saying? It's heard. It's speculation.
Yeah, but
it's not
facts. Even putting that aside, the fact that something's happened and he's walked away from England
without an explanation,
and I don't understand why the kid don't just come out and go, "This is what's happened." Either I'm sorry or I don't care, but I still want to play for England.
Yeah.
I'd
you'd respect it more. But it is what it is.
I just think, I know how hard it is to play. All right, your son are vying with Ben White for an England place, right? He pips it. It's your only son's chance to go and play for England at the World Cup. And then something happens and he walks out, and then your son's sitting on the beach going, that could have been me.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at it. That's the way I'm looking at it.
There's so many ways to look at it.
There's so many, and people don't see it that way. A lot of fans, they might not see it that way because they might look at it as like, oh, you're just picking on him because... Like, no. Once you sign up to go and play for your country, mate, you can have a death in the family, but you always... Because it's your country, and you might say, do you know what? I've got to go because something bad's happened to me. That bad, I've got to leave camp.
Yeah.
And everyone would understand.
Yeah, of course they would.
And it's happened before.
Yes.
But... if it's a comment or something that you don't like and you've gone, I'm leaving anyway, that's throwing your toys out the pram. So there's two ways. That's why I say the PR could have been a lot better for it. That's it.
Right. Before we go, two managerial on either end of the spectrum come in. Roy Hodgson's gone in at 78 years of age to Bristol City. He's managed them before about 60 years ago, whatever it was.
Fair play to him.
Fair play. But I love it. Listen, he loves it, mate. If you're 78 and you're getting employed, you do your thing.
I think my missus would say, "You don't like me, do you?"
Yeah.
Still reeling 82, bruv.
Mate, some people love it. Some people love it.
You don't like being at home.
I remember I was at Sam's wedding, actually, and I was sat with Cesc, and his missus was there. And they were asking what I do and everything. And I don't really do anything. And Cesc obviously loves football, going into like managerial. And she was like, can't you just be a bit more like him? Spend some time at home.
Be careful what you wish for, love. Right. And another one on the other end, our mate Jermaine Defoe getting his first managerial job. Listen, we ain't got time this week, but I want to get into this subject because this is a player who's played over 50 times for England. He's one of the Premier League's top strikers of all time, and he's coached for a few years. He's got all of his badges, and he's having to go down at Woking, who are 11th in the National League. What's wrong with Woking? No, listen, no. Mate,
I'll say you got to say fair play to him.
I am saying fair play to him, and fair play to Woking for giving him a chance. But what I would say is Woking are very, very lucky to have a man of Jermaine's calibre and stature in the game coming through the door. We wish him well. Give him time, give him a lot of money.
Woking.
Jermaine,
what type of money are we talking about?
I'm only 20 minutes away from Woking, mate, if you need a hand.
There you go. Well, we'll help him. We're coming. But big up to Jermaine. Yeah. Wish him all the best.
He can come round to yours afterwards.
Yeah. He might need to. Right. Listen, that's all we got time for. I've enjoyed that. Yeah. Thank you for listening to the Dressing Room Podcast. And what do you have to do, Coley? You ain't got a Scooby, have you?
Don't just put that on me.
Rate, review, like and subscribe.
Yeah, you got it. Rate, review, like and subscribe.
There we go.
Laters.
Ta-da.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the Dressing Room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.